The meeting of the Committee on Information and Communication. Let's start first. Okay. The meeting of the Committee on Information and Communications Technology of the Commission appointments in the first regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. The Secretary of the Commission is directed to call the roll.
The honorable officers and members of the Committee on Information and Communications Technology. Members, Senator Maria Lourdes Nancy S. Binay. Representative Virginel G. Biron. Senator Francis Chis G. Escudero. Senator Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada. Representative Albert S. Garcia. Representative Greg G. Gasataya. Senator Christopher Bong Go.
Present.
Senator Risa Ontiveros. Senator Loren Legarda. Representative Oscar Oca G. Malapitan. Senator Amy R. Marcos. Senator Grace Poe.
Present.
Representative Lani Mercado Revilla. Representative Jurdine Jesus M. Romualdo. Senator Francis Tol N. Tolentino. Senator Cynthia A. Villar. Ex-officio members, Vice Chairperson Representative Ramon N. Guico Jr.
Present.
Majority Floor Leader Representative Luis Raymond L. Ray F. Villafuerte Jr. Assistant Majority Floor Leader Senator Joseph Victor G. Ejercito. Assistant Majority Floor Leader Representative Rodante D. Marcoleta. Minority Floor Leader Senator Alan Peter Compañero S. Cayetano. Assistant Minority Floor Leader Representative Jose Gay G. Padiernos. Assistant Minority Floor Leader Representative Johnny T. Pimentel. The committee chairperson is present.
11, huh? Okay. With 9 members present in person, including the chair, and 2 members present online, with a total number of 11 members present, the existence of a quorum is hereby declared. So let's proceed. Okay, before we start again, I would like to recognize the presence of Assistant Minority Floor Leader, Representative Johnny Pimentel. Thank you, sir, for coming.
Good morning.
Again, we have here our Majority Floor Leader, Representative Luis Raymond Ray L. Ray F. Fuente Villafuerte Jr. Thank you very much. So let's proceed. Under consideration of this committee is the ad interim appointment of Mr. Ivan Jan Enrile Oy as Secretary, Department of Information and Communication Technology. May we now hear Secretary Villarica's report on the status of the jurisdictional requirements and compliance with the new rules of the Commission and the rules of the standing committees and other relevant information about the appointee. But before we proceed, I would like to recognize Senator Tolentino. I would like to recognize
Go ahead, sir.
Tolentino.
Go ahead, sir. I'll be willing to wait.
Okay, so Madam Secretary, can you please proceed?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors. The Commission on Appointments received on October 6, 2022, the ad interim appointment of Mr. Ivan John Enrile Uy as Secretary, Department of Information and Communications Technology, and was referred by the Chairperson of the Commission, Senate President Juan Miguel Migs F. Zubiri, to the Committee on Information and Communications Technology for its appropriate action on October 6, 2022, pursuant to Section 16, Chapter 5 of the new rules of the Commission. Likewise, the said ad interim appointment was published on July 28, 2022 in the Manila Times and on July 29, 2022 in the Manila Standard and broadcast over PTV4 station on even date at 7 p.m. pursuant to Section 2, Article 2 of the Rules of the Standing Committees. Secretary Uy has complied with the submission of the mandatory documentary requirements of September 15, 2022, as provided for in Section 24, Chapter 6 of the new rules of the Commission. No sworn opposition was filed on the ad interim appointment of the appointee. That is all, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Before we proceed, I would like to recognize Representative Greg Gasataya. Thank you very much for coming. At this point, I would like to ask the appointee to please sit in the chair provided for you. Madam Secretary, please administer the oath. Secretary Ivan, John, and Rilio.
Secretary Uy, please rise and raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding? So help
I
you.
do.
Mr. Chairman, the appointee is now under oath.
Okay, thank you very much. So we can proceed. The appointee is now ready to respond to the Secretary Uy, you may now proceed with your introductory statement, if you please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's truly an honor to be here this morning, Mr. Chair, before this august body, to present myself as the ad interim appointee of President Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr. When I received my nomination and my appointment, I was very happy to accept that appointment because I share the vision of what the president has very succinctly expressed in his SONA, which is the digitalization of the country. We have always been it has always been said that the Philippines has been trailing behind many of our Asian countries in terms of digitalization. And in this age of the fourth industrial revolution, we cannot afford to trail again. The level of competitiveness globally is such that unless we bring our country into the digital age, we will indeed be part of the digital divide, but we will be on the losing end of the digital divide. So when I had discussions with His Excellency President Bongbong Marcos about his vision on how digitalization can bring about our economic development, we did share a lot of things. One of the primary areas is connectivity, which is sorely lacking especially in the countryside. And I've traveled in the past few months to those very countryside that had been left behind, so to speak, in the digitalization. And we actually were able to connect several of these remote islands all over, mostly in Mindanao and in the Visayas. And for the first time, it's so touching when we see that they finally get connectivity and are brought into the digital age and be part of our economy. Ang madalas po sinasabi nila sa akin is, kala ho namin nakalimutan na kami ng gobyerno. And it was during my trips there where they actually felt the presence of government and the concern of government to uplift their economic status. My second area of concern now is on e-governance because of the difficulty of our citizenry in transacting with government, because government has always operated in silos so that the left hand doesn't talk to the right hand. And that has caused a lot of disappointment on the part of the public in engaging with government. And they dread engaging with government because they have to fill up numerous forms repeatedly and for the same information. So our vision of e-governance is that our public will just be dealing with one government, not with separate departments that do not talk to each other. And that was our recent launching of our e-travel pass, which consolidated That's all the travel requirements of departure and arrival for passengers, whether local or international whether Filipinos or foreigners. So what we did though is we integrated the requirements of the Bureau of Quarantine. We integrated it with Bureau of Immigration, with Bureau of Customs, Department of Tourism, and Department of Transportation. So by integrating all of that, the public only has one connection with government, one single transaction with government, and government takes care in the background of how those information is shared by all the different government agencies. And that is a model that we would like to pursue with respect to many other government agencies, such as providing a digital marketplace for our MSMEs, which is a very big challenge to them, providing a more seamless transaction for our OFWs, especially with the Overseas Employment Certificate, which is masalimuot po tuwing nag-a-apply sila whenever they come in and out. And of course, once we have all of those, so we have to provide them with a digital payments platform. Currently po, 50% of our population are unbanked. Wala pong bank accounts. With connectivity and with e-governance, we're hoping that we can bring that 50% of the population into the banking system. That will definitely boost tremendously our economy po, because these are the people who never ever participated fully or integrated fully into our economy. Now today, with our thrust to connect them and to provide them with all the tools and facilities, they will be part of our economic development, and they will be direct beneficiaries of all the empowerment that digital technology can provide them. And on the last point po, is that once we provide all of them with all this connectivity and provide them with access, provide them with all the facilities that they need, they will be exposed. They will be exposed to scams. They will be exposed to cyber criminals. So we need to build up our cybersecurity posture, our cyber defense capability to protect our country and to protect our citizens from criminal elements that would take advantage of their naivety in using all this technology. So we are doing that by building up our internal capacity, as well as building up the capacity of all the different government agencies in handling cyber threats. We're building up the capability of our investigative agencies to conduct cyber investigation and cybersecurity, and build up the cybersecurity capability of the country. And of course, for the newbies into the technology, especially the remote areas where we're connecting them, we need to educate them, not just on how to use technology to their benefit, but also how to protect themselves from all these cyber threats. So it's a very challenging task, but I believe that I'm up to the task to fulfill that in the 5.5 years remaining in this administration. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
So thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. But before we proceed, I would like to recognize the presence of Senator Cynthia Villar, ma'am. Also, Representative Ferge Biron, sir. And just arrived, my good friend, Senator J.V. Ejercito. Thank you very much for coming. And so at this point, yes. So at this point, the appointee is now ready to at this point, the appointee is now ready to answer questions. So first, I would like to ask Senator Tolentino is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will not be posing several questions because I have asked your permission to make the first crack, as I have to leave and preside over a Senate Committee on Justice at the other end of this floor. some points for Secretary of the DICT. This would be premature. This would be early. I would be probably the first to express my manifestation of support, considering your fitness and competency. I've read your records. Just two items. I heard that yesterday there was a survey concerning cabinet secretaries. I forgot the name of the survey firm. And apparently your name was there. Would you be kind enough, modesty aside, to express the figures? I'm not trying to flood you with smugness and self-glorification. There was a ranking. Ano po yung rank ninyo doon sa lumabas na survey ng cabinet members yesterday?
That survey po, I was ranked number 2 in terms of approval rating po, and I was ranked number 1 in terms of trust rating po.
So what does it mean to your department, to your co-workers?
I'm very encouraged po with the outcome of that survey. We're doing our best, or we're doing a really hard job in going around the country in bringing all this connectivity and in bringing all this empowerment in the area. So the credit does not go to me alone po. It goes to my team, who has worked really very, very hard day in and day out. And even we have meetings on Saturdays and Sundays just to deliver this, because we always keep in mind what the president has always reminded us. We only have 6 years, and there's just so much to do. And that is that ranking of being the number 1 in terms of trust rating will only motivate me to work even harder po. In order to deliver the kind of service that our fellow Filipinos deserve, and that is the best public service that we can offer. Thank you po.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair.
Secretary, and I congratulate you for that. Sana pag na-confirm ka, it can be sustained for the next 6 years or so. Just one last question before I leave. I know many are interested in this. Cryptocurrency, several bills pending in the lower house, including the upper chamber. Now, can you educate me and the rest of the members here? Senator Villar is present. There is such a thing as virtual real estate, digital real estate, virtual land. Paano po yun? Nagbayad ka ng cryptocurrency, bumili ka ng virtual condominium, virtual real estate. Can you educate me in a few minutes, a few seconds? Paano to? Okay ba ho itong ganito? Kasi yesterday, together with Congresswoman Lani, we attended the housing distribution in Naik, Cavite. One of the biggest problems besetting this administration is lack of housing, 6.5 million. So kung meron tayong virtual real estate, paano po yun? Ano pong connection nito? Paano? Medyo ligaw pa ho ako dito. Can you give us a few descriptions and edify us concerning this, Mr. Secretary?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Actually, what you're describing is the metaverse. And metaverse is actually a concept that has been around for a few years. And one of the strongest advocates of this is si Mark Zuckerberg, who would like to transform Facebook into metaverse. That's why he renamed his Facebook to Meta. And he's invested a lot of money there. Several other technology leaders are not quite believers on this, but there are also a large segment of followers with respect to this. The metaverse is actually a alternative reality that exists in the digital realm, and this is where people are able to participate virtually using what we call avatars. The avatars can look like you, or it can be any creature or any. So it actually provides people with an outlet where they can in real life they experience so many restrictions. They cannot perhaps express their own sexuality. their gender or their desire, because there's so much societal limitations. So this alternative reality in the metaverse provides them with an alternate existence, so to speak, where they can be who they want to be. They can project themselves, and so when they are there, what the advocates want to do is really create an alternate world, a virtual world where they can transact business, they can enjoy and enjoy to be the rock star of Hollywood, kumbaga, there with all the fans and with all their own concert, but which they can never have in reality. It has its tools, so, and it has its usefulness. So, for instance, as part of our upcoming project, we're looking at coming up with these types of experiences on metaverse experience, alternative reality, on, let's say, our tourist spots. Because a lot of people are not familiar with what the Philippines can offer. And if we can provide them, let's say, oh, this is the experience that you're going to have. Alternatively, let's say, surfing in Siargao, and seeing all the waves and all of those, it might create an interest now to actually see it in person. And that could be part of our marketing for our tourism. There are several countries that have done that. For instance, the Tokyo Tower. Tokyo Tower has a metaverse version of the Tokyo Tower in Tokyo, and people can actually go there and visit the Tokyo Tower, take the elevator, and even see Tokyo from the top and experience it thoroughly. One of the things that could be probably on the positive and at the same time on the negative side is the experience of still seeing our departed loved ones po. And that's where there is a strong moral argument there, because in that alternative reality, the metaverse can actually create an image of your loved one that have already departed, and incorporate through artificial intelligence, incorporate the personality, the voice, the mannerism of your loved one. And it can be very meaningful, especially for people who still miss seeing their loved one. But then it could also be addictive, like cocaine, where they could no longer live in the real world because they would rather stick to the metaverse in order to still communicate virtually to who they perceive to be their loved one, who is still virtually still alive. And that's something that has some moral issues there, but it's a technology that's out there, and I believe it will develop some more, and it will have its pros and cons, just like all technology. So, but we are keeping an eye on it and see how we can use it for our benefit. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I think I just understood 15% of what you expressed today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good luck to you, Secretary.
Okay, let's proceed. I would like to recognize our Majority Floor Leader, El Rey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In line with Metaverse, I suggest Senator Tolentino watch the movie Ready Player One. It's about Metaverse, because when I was asking about this a few years ago, my son told me, "Dad, watch Ready Player One and you will understand what it is." It's not only about virtual, but what they call augmented reality currently. And it's basically used for marketing and the make-believe world. So if you cannot buy a Ferrari in this world, you can buy a Ferrari in the metaverse. If you cannot buy a Hermes bag or a Louis Vuitton, you can buy that in a metaverse. In fact, Louis Vuitton is selling bags in the metaverse. Anyway, as a side note, maganda po yung tanong ni Senator Tolentino, because metaverse can be used for as a marketing tool to promote our country, our destinations. So as Secretary of the ICT, we're happy that you're well informed about the metaverse because we don't want to be a laggard in technology, especially in marketing our country. When you read your message earlier, we're happy to hear music to our ears, such terms as e-governance, digitalization, financial inclusion, which empowers Filipinos to bank because majority don't have a bank, cybersecurity. I was pushing for e-governance as early as the 17th Congress, no? But I think it's about time really we should all work together because the past DICT secretaries were not really pushing for them. E-governance is really, I think, will be very beneficial for our country because can you imagine, for example, a town in my province in Caramoan, before they go to Naga City, it will take them 4 hours going and 4 hours back. They'll probably spend thousands of pesos just to get a government form. Dapat all available forms, application permits, dapat talaga yan nasa website na but easily accessible by our people. The problem is they go to, for example, na LTO, tapos naubusan ng form, kawawa naman po yung tao. Then secondly, I believe that if there is less human intervention, there will be less corruption. If most government transactions are done through online or e-governance, even payment of taxes, mas lalo po mapapabilis ang ating development and less corruption. But saying this, hindi po magagawa po yan and the digitalization without money. Ang tanong ko lang po, your lofty goal of digitalizing our country and promoting e-governance, what is your, ano ba po ang plano niyo dyan? You have only less than 6 years. Magkano ba ang budget ng DICT for 2023 in terms of digitalization? Because we don't want this to be a lip service again. Maybe you can enlighten us. How can you do your job if you are not empowered with the budget? Gusto lang pong tanong, tapos na po yung budget sa BICAM, but just to enlighten us, you want to digitalize the country. How much do you need to fully digitalize the country? Siguro, how much money do you need para ma-provide ng bandwidth from Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, or from sinasabing the north to Sulu? Magkano ba ang kailangan?
Well, our estimate was about 100 billion in order to...
So 100 billion, and if you have 5 years, maybe you should have 20 billion a year. Magkano ba po ang budget ng digitalization or national broadband for 2023?
2.5 billion po.
So are you saying that your lofty goal will already be a failure?
Actually, we're hoping po that the reason that we had a small budget this coming year was because of the very low utilization and absorptive capacity of my predecessor. And so that is going to change significantly po this year. And under the new administration, the budget that has been provided will definitely not be enough. And we will be able to prove that the utilization rate would be much more in the coming years. At the same time, we're exploring possibilities of PPPs with the private sector and also looking at partnering with the LGUs in deploying some of these connectivity. We can synergize our efforts, especially with respect to expenses. For instance, there are many LGUs, especially the rich cities, that actually have budgets for connectivity, that have budgets for Wi-Fi, and we can put up, let's say, a matching fund that the local government can, let's say, invest in the hardware, and we come in and provide bandwidth for the local governments. So these are some of the strategic approaches that we are taking in order to maximize whatever very limited funds that we have in order to deliver digitalization. And because of, as the Mr. Chair has succinctly observed, with that very small budget, we need to spend it very, very prudently and very, very wisely po. So what we're doing is we are investing actually in the areas that would have the most profound effect on the population. And these are the GIDA areas, the geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas, because for most of the urban areas, they can afford, the city governments especially, or the provincial governments can afford to provide those kinds of connectivity. And so that will probably be at a later priority. So yung mga mas nangangailangan at mas malaki po ang benepisyo, doon po namin inuuna. Salamat po.
So 2.5 billion out of 100, you will achieve 2.5% of your goal this year. Anyway, just for the information of our colleagues, we understand that Facebook has already signed a deal with the government to provide bandwidth. Is that correct? From Clark to Aurora, and they asked permission from the government if they can put underground cables in the area passing the Philippine Sea, and in return, they will provide the bandwidth. Is that correct?
That's correct po.
So we already have the bandwidth. Just for our information, that bandwidth that Facebook is providing for free in exchange for the underground cables, sea cables, ilan po ang ano yun? Ilan ano pong speed ang napo-provide nila? What's the bandwidth?
The total is 1.4 terabytes.
Terabytes.
Terabits,
That-
terabits po. So,
Terabit. So that is enough to provide bandwidth for the whole country, for whole Luzon?
no, but that will be a very good initial.
No, but
very good start.
will that provide the bandwidth for Luzon at least?
Yes po, for Luzon.
So knowing that, so kumbaga sa tubig, may tubig na, ang kailangan na lang tubo para bumulusok. Is that correct?
Opo.
So how much do you need para ma-provide yung tubo, because the bandwidth is there, para ma-provide na po yan sa ating mga kababayan? Even for Luzon, how much money do we need to provide that?
Actually, for the Luzon po, it's already there. The tubo is already there ho. And we're expecting it to go live probably about middle of next year.
Is that correct? The whole Luzon will be provided with bandwidth?
From Lawag po to Quezon City.
That's not whole Luzon. Bicol is part of Luzon, sir.
First, for first.
Quezon is part of Luzon, sir.
Opo.
You're transferring our geographical location. Do you want to transfer us to Visayas?
Actually, no, Your Honor. Actually, the first phase, that was the first phase. So, first phase is from Lawag to Quezon City, and phase 2 will be from Metro Manila down to the Bicol region.
When will that happen, sir? The phase 2?
That will be a year after the first phase comes live. So we're looking at 2024.
Anyway, we believe that in order for this country to prosper, the building infrastructure, roads, bridges should be side by side by building the information superhighway, no? Because if you have connectivity, people will have access to information, and growth and progress will follow. Anyway, my last point, you're a noted critic of automated elections. And when you mentioned that COMELEC and Smartmatic should be transparent in presenting the diagrams and servers to ensure the safety and integrity of the elections. Is this correct?
I think those statements were made when we were doing source code reviews po. I've been doing source code reviews since 2010 for all the automated elections.
Do you still believe that Smartmatic and COMELEC should be more transparent?
There's always room for more transparency po. And from what we've been doing since 2010, each election po, we were able to improve the system. We were able to bring out what are the limitations or the lack of of proper design in the system that could improve our automated election process. So
As DICT Secretary, you have a great voice in providing information and input to our President. So what information or input would you give our President in improving automated elections that will happen in the next 2 years, 2025 and 2028 under his administration? What change or what improvement would you suggest the administration will do to ensure fair and transparent election?
well, we've seen that one of the limitations po in the current system is that it's fed to a vote counting machine, which is basically a scanner that interprets. So some of the criticisms that have been that has been put in that is that it's basically a black box, and there is difficulty in verifying the votes. So that's why the Supreme Court came out with an order that to produce what we call the VVPAT, the Voter Verifiable Paper Audit Trail. That VVPAT is basically a receipt to the voter to show the voter how the machine interpreted the scanned votes. What we could provide in the future, especially once we are able to deploy the national ID, is perhaps look at digital or online voting using blockchain, using encrypted technology, especially for our overseas voters. Ang nahirapan ng mga overseas voters natin because napakalayo po ng mga embassies or konsulada. At ang nangyayari po is they have to travel, they have to take a leave from their work in order to travel to the embassy, which could be several hundred kilometers away, in order just to cast their vote. But to the great credit of our OFWs, they have actually been very active participants in our electoral process.
So you're in favor of the issuance of a voter's receipt after voting?
Yes, so subject to security guidelines po. For instance, ang nangyayari po currently is that once the voter receipts are printed, the VVPAT are printed, binabalik po, inilalagay sa box. At least nakita nung voter paano in-interpret yung boto nila.
But isn't that already happening now?
Opo.
So, so you just want the current system be continued?
There can be better during our Joint Congressional Oversight Committee hearings chaired by our Honorable Senator Amy Marcos. We actually discuss hybrid as one of the possibility in order
Actually, that's where I'm going to. I support the initiative of our senator. Personally, I think hybrid is a alternative that has to be discussed. We will be having an elections in 2.5 years. Again, that should be discussed, evaluated now. But my question now is, do you think we should continue our contract with Smartmatic? I mean, personally, it will go through a public bidding. That's not your choice. But as a your personal opinion, because it matters, you're DICT now. You've been very critical and vocal against them in the past when you were not DICT. Now that in your government, I want to know if you change your opinion.
Well, Smartmatic currently still is the leading technology provider for automated elections. And my personal feelings aside po, I think if they are able to comply with all our concerns in terms of security.
Ano bang concern? Pakisabi lang before I end.
Concerns, well, we need to improve, well, the speed is already solved. The transparency would need to have would need some improvement, and that's where our hybrid suggestion comes in, so that there's going to be another layer of check and balance. In terms of our investments there, we already have so much investment there, but I think we should empower the COMELEC now to be more involved actually in the elections, instead of always contracting it out.
Can you clarify what you mean by hybrid? Hybrid ba is manual counting, automatic transmission, or automatic counting, manual transmission? I mean, can you clarify what your personal stand is?
It's the former po. It's actually manual counting and then automatic transmission, automated transmission. The manual counting, especially on the TARA system, would actually provide a better transparency, because the public can actually see each ballot that is being counted.
If you will, if I may suggest, yung hybrid belief ko is i-automate ang bilang. Pag sinabing si Juan de la Cruz has 100 votes at si Darna ay 50 votes, automate mo yon, then to verify that, you manually count it. For me, that's just my input, Madam Secretary.
Yes, if I may
Madam
add to this discussion, the hybrid bill that I filed following the committee report from the 18th Congress is, as stated by our nominee here, Secretary Ivan Uy, following much discussion and learning from other countries, that in fact we carry on with the automated election, but at the precinct level, there will be manual counting visible to the public, old school style with the Tara system. So it will delay a little bit, but the automated counting and transmission will carry on to the other levels, except when there's a discrepancy between the manual at precinct level and the automated results. Only then do we go back to manual to verify results. So it shouldn't be too complicated, and it will also provide us evidence, which is so unavailable given the entirely automated system we have now, dependent on the machines. Thank you.
I filed a counterpart bill following in toto the bill of Senator Amy. Anyway, I just wanted to hear, I know it's very important, Secretary, because you had very strong views earlier, and you just wanted to hear. Personally, I support your nomination. You're very competent. You're fit for the job. You have passion in pushing for digitalization. I hope that your passion will not diminish or lessen. You know, when you're in government and you're saddled with the bureaucracy and attacks on social media, it can really weaken your passion. I hope it will strengthen your passion more than weaken it. I fully support, and thank you. The reason I ask these questions is for the body to hear your intelligent answers to these questions. So I fully support you, and we wish you all the best. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. But before we proceed, I would like to recognize the presence of Representative or Assistant for Minority Floor Leader, GP Padiernos. Thank you very much for coming. So at this point, I would like to recognize Representative Johnny Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Secretary Ivan, I understand that one of your undersecretaries is Jose Vicente Salazar. Kailan po na-appoint itong si Salazar?
I don't have the ano, but I think sometime July of this year po.
Did you recommend his appointment?
Actually, it was part of a group po of names that were submitted to the president po.
Because I understand, I heard that you were the one who recommended Jose Salazar to be appointed as undersecretary. Do you know the background of this person?
Based on the resumes that he has submitted po, he was, if I recall correctly, he was former IBP president many years back. Then he was undersecretary, if I'm not mistaken, of the Department of Justice, and eventually became ERC chairman.
So kailan mo nyo nakilala itong si Jose Salazar? Matagal nyo bang kilala? Kaibigan nyo po ito? Or where did you meet him?
When I was still in the Supreme Court po, he was undersecretary. No, he was IBP president at that time po. And
And may I ask, do you know his personal background?
professional, on the professional level po.
Well, anyway, to refresh the memory of everybody, I'd like to inform you, Secretary Ivan, that Salazar was the subject of inquiry in the 17th Congress in the Committee on Good Government and Accountability, of which I was the chairman then. He was involved in several anomalous, questionable transactions when he was the ERC chairman. And in fact, we believe that he was the cause of the death of the then director Jose Villa, because in the suicide note, his name was mentioned. In fact, it read in the suicide note that Director Jose Villa wrote, "My greatest fear in the Beach and Awards Committee is the audio-video room by Luis Salazar, Chairman and CEO of ERC, which he chose through a rigged selection system that will be a criminal act." Because si Jose Villa then was the Bids and Awards Committee. Nakita na ni Villa na medyo may problema yung gusto niyang i-award na contractor to rig. And Chari Villa, the sister of Director Villa, so testified during the committee hearing. And on the day that on her brother's suicide, he was pressured by Salazar to sign illegal documents. Actually, he was really implicated by Jose Villa na siya ang rason bakit nagpakamatay si Jose Villa, because of several deals na pinipressure si Villa to prove it, which in his conscience he cannot do it. And we also found out during the inquiry na totoo po yun talaga, na yung pinapagawa niyang audio-video room and other deals, hindi duman sa right procurement process. Now, this is just an observation, Secretary Ivan. We know you are very capable to head the DICT agency. And in fact, sabi niyo po nga kanina, you are number one in the survey. But if you have this scalawag in your team, this might bring you down. This person is a chronic ikangang corruptor. Everywhere you put him, he was in the Department of Justice, I believe he was undersecretary, gumawa din ito ng kalokohan. And very soon, I'm sure that this person, gagawa din ng kalokohan yan. Ang magnanakaw, hindi mo naman talagang maan yan. Talagang magnanakaw talaga yan. At the moment, I believe that he will show you that he's a very good person, but he has several anomalies already in the different agencies. So very soon, gagawa ho ng kalokohan yon, baka mahawa po kayo. We do not want you to be a failure when we do believe that you are, based on your background, based on your eligibility, based on your knowledge, you're the right person to head that. Pero sabi ko nga, kung merong disease dun sa agency nyon, mahawa at mahawa po kayo. So I believe you should take action, Secretary Ivan. You should get rid of this person. Believe me, if you do not accede to our request, papabayaan lang ho niyan para ho rin ikangang disease in every little way, he will creep into your system and very soon he will corrupt your system. Tandaan niyo po yan. Baka magsisi po kayo. Sana you will heed our advice. Hindi lang po ako ang nakakita niyan. This person must not be in the government service. He should be out of the government service. In fact, Mr. Chair, he was already dismissed in of May 2017. Salazar was the SLC was preventively suspended by the office of the president due to the anomalies in the ARC. He was further suspended for insubordination by the OP in August of 2017. Now, on October 6, 2017, Salazar was finally dismissed by the OP through a decision signed by E.S. Salvador Medialdea for 2 counts of simple misconduct and 1 count of grave misconduct. The office of the president imposed the penalty of perpetual disqualification from holding public office for the grave misconduct findings against Salazar. I do not understand why the OP did not find this grave mga kasalanan ni Salazar when he was recommended by your office. Meron na ho siyang perpetual disqualification by the President, President Duterte din. Bakit nandyan pa po siya?
With the permission of the Honorable Chair, actually, he already tendered his resignation po. He's no longer connected with the DICT.
Can I see his letter of resignation? I heard that he tendered the resignation, but I just heard now that hindi pa po siya nagre-resign. And that might affect your confirmation, Secretary Ivan.
Actually, he has resigned.
Meron mo ba kayong letter of resignation? I want to be sure. I want this Scalawag out of the government.
I have a received copy from the palace po.
Pwede po bang makasubmit kayo ng letter of resignation, Mr. Chair? Can I request for the submission of the letters of resignation to ensure that our government will be safe from this very corrupt person?
Sir ho.
Mr.
kung
Secretary, can you
makita
please
po-
provide the Secretariat with that so we can give that to all the members of the Commission? Now,
Can we have a copy po, Comsec? Can we have a copy of the letter of resignation?
yeah,
Walang po talaga makasiguro dahil masisira po yung sayang po. I know that you are number 1 in the survey and I know that you will be a very good secretary. You are one of the ikangang most accommodating also secretaries and I know that you are a dedicated person. You are also a Mindanaoan and I fully support you. But yun lang po ang pakiusap ko. May I see the letter of resignation?
and I think it's still being Xerox or copied right now.
Anyway, I rest my interpellation, Mr. Chair. Sandali lang po, Mr. Chair.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Huwag niyo na ako pabalikin. Kung maaari lang po, ano? Baka ito, pakitang tao lang to, tapos very soon, ipapabalikin na naman ninyo yun, I will really raise hell because I don't want this person in the government service anymore. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, but before we proceed, I would like to ask our secretary to read the secretary should read. Yeah, read it aloud for everybody to hear.
Before I close, Mr. Chair, I give my full support to Secretary Ivan. Wala na po yung makakahawa sa kanya.
Okay, Madam Secretary, proceed.
This is the letter from Jose Vicente B. Salazar. November 23, 2022, His Excellency Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., President, Republic of the Philippines, Malacanang, Manila. Through Secretary Ivan John E. Uy. Your Excellency, it is with much regret that I hereby submit my resignation from my position as Undersecretary for Policy and Legal Affairs of the Department of Information and Communications Technology, DICT, effective on November 30, 2022. On several occasions, I have shared with Secretary Ivan John E. Uy the delicate health situation and challenges which my wife has had to deal with over the past few years. Just recently, her attending physicians have emphasized to me the urgency and importance of my constant physical presence for the sake of her healing process and of her overall state of well-being. I am now constrained to resign from my position irrevocably to attend to her needs. It pains me that I have to make the difficult choice between the demands of my wife's health condition on one hand and my ardent desire to remain part of the DICT team and help the department fulfill its mission on the other hand. It is unfortunate that I will now have to tip the balance in favor of my family's pressing needs. I have assured Secretary Uy that the department shall continue to have my support even as I leave my post on short notice. I am grateful for the opportunity to have served in your administration, even for just a brief period of time. It has been an honor to have been given a glimpse of the magnitude and nobility of your vision for the information communications technology sector of our country. With my highest esteem, I remain sincerely yours, signed, Jose Vicente B. Salazar, Undersecretary. It is stamped with the official Office of the President barcode, Your Honors, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Very clear. So now I would like to proceed. Let's recognize Senator Ontiveros.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. Chair. Magandang buntag, magandang umaga rin po, Secretary Uy. So, several policy questions. But beginning with a clarificatory question on the Supreme Court resignation or termination. So, a clarificatory question. In 2005, the Secretary abruptly resigned as Deputy Clerk of Court for Information Technology of the Supreme Court. This was, according to our CAPIR, reportedly due to anomalies discovered by Justice Antonio T. Carpio. Other information indicates you were made to resign by Chief Justice Hilario G. Davide Jr. himself after an investigation. On your part, the Secretary stated the report was a demolition job, stating that it was spread by people hurt by your reforms. So, just to clear everything up before this committee, what was the reason for your abrupt resignation in 2005? Was this really related to Supreme Court insiders hurt by the reforms you were implementing? And if so, what was the nature of these reforms?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to respond to that allegation. Actually, my resignation was not abrupt. The Chief Justice Davide already knew way ahead of time upon his assumption as the Chief Justice that I will only stay during his term. Mainly because he actually requested me to stay on because he had a lot of judicial reform initiatives that he wanted to push through. And he prevailed upon me to stay on in order to help fulfill and bring into fruition his vision of a reformed judiciary that is transparent, that is efficient. And during the process of course, improving transparency, there will always be resistance to change and resistance to reform. And I expect no less in my current capacity as DICT Secretary. There will be resistance from people when we implement all these reforms, especially if we want to improve transparency in governance. So Chief Justice Davide was already aware of my intention. And in fact, I tendered my resignation about, I think, 6 months prior to his retirement in order to give him or allow him some time to look for a replacement. But he amended my resignation date and told me that I should resign on his last day of office, because he wanted me to be there up to his last day. The motivation for my resignation po is really the pay. On the day of my resignation po, my salary was 334,000 pesos per annum, gross. At that time po, I got married in 2017, and in 2005, I already had 3 children. And they were all starting to go to school. And 300,000 pesos a year was not enough po to raise 3 children, especially if I want to send them to good school. That's not enough to pay for even the tuition of one child. And during that time po, my father was actually subsidizing me and was encouraging me to leave government, because government has already, well, his term was exploited my youth by dedicating my youth in serving the government. So because of that, because of those financial circumstances, I really plan to resign. And in order because there were a lot of people already disparaging me at that time po, when I was still there. So it would seem that the Chief Justice knew about this ahead of time. That's why he made sure that on my last day of office, which is also his last day on his retirement, he issued a commendation letter to me. If I would be able to present the commendation letter po. This commendation letter on my last day of work was signed by Chief Justice Hilario Davida Jr., the outgoing Chief Justice, co-signed by the incoming Chief Justice po, Artemio Panganiban. So both of them, I think this is a very rare document where the outgoing as well as the incoming Chief Justice would sign a commendation letter for services to the Supreme Court. And I would be more than happy to share with the committee that commendation letter po.
Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would the Chair like the Secretary to read his letter of commendation to the committee?
Okay, Mr. Secretary, can you give us a copy of the records of the commission, and ask our secretary if you can read the letter of commendation coming from the I think office of the president.
From the Chief Justices, Mr. Chair. Salamat kaayo.
Sorry, Chief Justices.
So, Secretary, please furnish our commission, Secretary. Thank you.
Go ahead, Madam Secretary.
This is from the Supreme Court of the Philippines. The Supreme Court of the Philippines presents this certificate of commendation to Attorney Ivan John E. Uy for exhibiting a high sense of professionalism and dedication during the International Conference and Showcase on Judicial Reforms held last 28 to 30 November 2005 at the Makati Shangri-La Hotel, Philippines, with the theme Strengthening the Judiciaries of the 21st Century. By actively supporting the showcase of the judiciary's reform projects under the Action Program for Judicial Reform, APJR, and attending to the needs not only of the local participants, but also of the 127 men and women from the 45 countries who attended the conference, and by working beyond the call of public duty and contributing to the positive image of the Philippine judiciary, thereby demonstrating its capability of hosting an international judicial conference of such magnitude. Given this 20th day of December in the year 2005 at the Pan Pacific Hotel, Manila, Philippines, it's signed by Chief Justice Hilario G. Davide Jr. and Artemio V. Panganiban, Justice of the Supreme Court and Chairperson, International Conference and Showcase on Judicial Reforms. Mr. Chairman, Your Honors.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Secretary. Is the good senator who still willing to ask questions? Okay, go ahead. You're
Yes,
recognized.
yes, Mr. Chair. Salamat kaayo. So thank you, Secretary, and thank you, Mr. Chair, and our CA Sec. Moving on for now to the topic of passive telecommunications tower infrastructure. Sometime in June 2020, the DICT issued the guidelines for the sharing of cell towers under this PTTI policy. This policy aims to widen the base of common towers and thus speed up the deployment of the internet across the country by allowing and encouraging telcos and internet service providers to share cell towers. It's been said that this common tower regime will also aid the rollout of the country's third mobile player, Dennis A. Ui's Dicto Telecommunity, which is backed by China Telecom. And into these matters, last September 2020, I filed a resolution to look into the installation of cell towers inside our military camps, which stemmed from a MOA executed between Dito China Telecoms and the AFP. Now, some commentators have expressed the opinion that these cell towers within our military bases are potential national security threats, especially since China Telecom, which is a state-owned enterprise, can, under Chinese law, be compelled to support intelligence gathering activities. Now, as part of its mandate, the DICT is tasked with formulating a national cybersecurity plan consisting of robust and coherent strategies to minimize national security risks in order to promote a peaceful, secure, open, and cooperative ICT environment. Mr. Secretary, you're a noted expert on information and communications technology. What urgent measures SP. What urgent measures do you plan to implement in the next, say, 6 months to enhance our cybersecurity preparedness and ensure that the aforementioned risks are minimized?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for that very insightful question. It's actually a very relevant issue today. As we see worldwide po, cybersecurity and cyber warfare actually is the name of the game. And we see it even as we speak during the war in Ukraine and Russia. In fact, two other countries suffered cyber attacks in Europe in the past few months. That's the country of Albania and the country of Montenegro. And in both instances, their cyber infrastructure actually collapsed. So this is one of the primary concerns of our agency in building up our cybersecurity as well as our infrastructure as well as our cyber defense capability. We not only have to secure against organized cyber criminals, but we have to prepare for state-sponsored cyber attacks. And we need to be aware of our current cyber security situation, which would need to be addressed rapidly and on a scale that has never been done in the past. And that's where we actually appeal to Congress to provide us with the means to do so. Sadly, our cybersecurity budget was cut in half for this year, and we do not have any funds at all to acquire cybersecurity equipment in order to protect our digital infrastructure. And we earnestly appeal that we have the capability, we have the people, we have the desire to do it, but Congress has to give us the ammunition, give us the arms so we can fight for our country. And that is our urgent appeal po. We already are launching several cybersecurity initiatives. First is that we are preparing the national cybersecurity framework and the national cybersecurity plan for 2023 to 2028. And we expect this to be released in middle of next year. But at the same time, without waiting for that framework to come out, we are in constant meetings with our cybersecurity agencies, not only just the cyber law enforcement agencies like the NBI, the PNP, but as well as the AFP, the Department of National Defense, the NSA, the NICA, in order to build up our cybersecurity capabilities po. At the same time, we are very active in participating in the joint cybersecurity working group that is actually organized by our treaty ally, the United States. Me personally, I've been a member of that for more than a decade, and we meet regularly, at least once a month, in order to assess the various cybersecurity issues and cybersecurity threats, the landscape that's out there, what are the vectors and the payloads and the vulnerabilities that cyber threat actors employ in order to bring down systems, bring down critical infrastructures. There's a lot of sharing of this information and a lot of capacity building and assistance among our allies po. And this is one of our priority areas. We just need ammunition to deal with it more extensively, Madam.
Thank you, Secretary, Mr. Chair. I'm glad to hear the Secretary confirming na tinatrabaho niyo na yung isang national cybersecurity framework bukod pa sa mas specific na plan, and also to hear about different elements which could constitute parts of those robust and coherent strategies. Elements na ngayon pa lang ginagawa niyo na. In addition to preparing the framework and the plan, yung sinabi niyo, and sabi niyo by mid-2023, matatapos niyo na to. I hope that Congress, both our houses, can hear about it from you by then. Yung inyong constant meetings with the agencies and joint cybersecurity exercises. You mentioned just the United States. I hope, Secretary, you're also in similar processes with, for example, the ASEAN, even the Quad, at yung iba pang mga bansa concerned din sa cybersecurity of our region and the whole world. And I hear, lastly, I hear your appeal. Congress hears your appeal about the budget, and hopefully year on year, your department can advise us paano mas maayos na pondohan yung implementation ng ating National Cybersecurity Plan until 2028. A last follow-up question on this matter, Secretary, of the passive telecommunications tower infrastructure. Talking about competition in the telecommunications industry, has dito been able to comply with the commitments it made as part of its winning bid? And is DICT contemplating allowing fifth, sixth players to enter the market as well?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, based on the latest submissions of DITO and based on their submissions to the NTC, they have so far been able to deliver on their contractual obligations up to this date. So they're up to speed in terms of the delivery of the necessary highlights of their contract. With respect to a fourth or fifth provider po, we probably want to assess first how successful this third telco is before we even explore that capacity. In some other jurisdictions po, I think there is room for more competition. However, considering our demographics and our geographical status being an archipelago, the huge investment in bridging the different islands through all these fiber submarine cables and fiber optic cables, probably would not really be conducive to too much competition, because it will no longer make the telcos financially viable with that kind of huge investment. And what we want, though, is that all the telcos will survive and will be active players in a very competitive market. And so far, for now, three telcos is it would seem would be enough to drive the competition. Actually, Madam Chair, we're not actually limited to just three telcos because of the move to digitalize. The other, I wouldn't call them pseudo telcos, but other data providers like the satellite providers like Starlink, and cable providers like the cable TV, or like Converge, the cable fiber optic providers. All of them are actually being rolled out, and communications no longer limited to just mobile phones po. They can communicate through VoIP, through Viber, through Messenger, and so on. So I think that creates a very robust and healthy environment for communications. And if telcos do not really provide satisfactory services, they will lose the business, because the public will just move to VoIP, move to Viber, and move to all the others where data can carry voice. So that it puts pressure on them to improve their services and to lower their costs. So I think that's our perspective in that, Madam Chair. Thank you po.
Thank you, Secretary, Mr. Chair. And lastly, on this, since the Secretary mentioned it, is the ICT considering radio frequency reform or an auction?
Radio frequency, especially on the spectrum side, po, will be under the National Telecommunications Commission as the regulatory agency. But we do use radio frequency for IP po, for Internet Protocol, and we extensively use that. For instance, in our recent setup in Sapel Island in Zamboanga, this is a very remote island down south. We use IP radios to connect 36 kilometers across the sea to this remote island that is only accessible by bangka for 2 hours in order to reach that island. And that island has never had any internet connectivity ever po, ever. So when we lighted up the island with 12,000 inhabitants po, you could see the joy and the sheer delight. It's a very emotional moment when you actually see them finally get connected, and the realization that they no longer have to pay 200 pesos each time to travel by boat, 2 hours boat to Zamboanga City in order to talk to their loved ones, in order to apply for whatever permits or whatever is required by government, because they can now do it online from their barangays in that remote island. And that is the vision that I have, that we do this in all over the country and bring our countrymen together as one Philippines, one digital Philippines. Maraming salamat po.
Salamat sa SEC. Salamat, Mr. Chair. Moving to one question on the SIM registration. The SIM Registration Act aims to provide accountability for those using SIM cards and aid law enforcement in tracking perpetrators of crimes committed through phones. On the other hand, UK-based charity Privacy International, which had been tracking SIM card registrations all over the world, said that such laws are often defended on the flawed assumption that they help fight crime. A 2016 GSMA report stated there was no empirical evidence as of that year mandatory SIM registration directly leads to a reduction in crime. The practice has been exposed by others as ineffective and inefficient in some countries that have adopted its use. So, do you, Secretary, agree with these assessments? And what is the current status of the implementation of our law?
The SIM card registration law is a good law, Madam Chair. It actually there is no magic pill, so to speak, in addressing criminality. Despite legislation that will penalize, increasing the penalty, broadening the coverage, and so on, empowering the law enforcers, there will still be crime that will be committed. And that's the same thing. Same thing goes with cybercrime po. So long as there are cyber threat actors out there, and so long as there is money to be made in cybercrime, then there will be those personalities that will actively do these criminal acts. The SIM card registration law is a step in the right direction because although it does not completely address the threat of cybercrime, it clips their wings from one modality, which is a very frustrating and irritating modality. All of us, our countrymen po, as the Honorable Chair has mentioned, our countrymen actually are consistently barraged by all these tech scams, all these fraud, and ang hinaing po ng publiko is to put a stop to this once and for all. And once na-register po yung SIM card, mahihirapan po itong mga sindikato na gamitin ito. Maaari silang humanap ng ibang paraan at hindi ko i-divulge dito kung anong mga ibang paraan dyan. Pero at least itong modality po na gamitin nila itong SIM card, napuputol po natin. At yan po ay isang magandang panukala at suportahan po natin yun. Thank you po.
Salamat din, Secretary, Mr. Chair. And actually, some who've given us feedback after we passed the law expressed the concern that there are penal provisions for violations of this law which people would not understand once ma-enforce na siya. So I guess we need to, government as a whole needs to do a better job also of communicating and explaining the law well and fully. Mr. Chair, before I go to my last question, just like to thank my colleagues and
Senator
JVs and Nancy who've been asking for a little more
Can
quiet.
I ask a minute from you?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
I just have one last question, but
Before your last
I
question,
hope everyone can hear the
Yeah.
important answers given by the Secretary.
before you
Salamat,
answer your
Mr.
last
Chair.
question,
Salamat kayo.
can I ask for a minute, okay? So at this point, I would like to recognize no other than our Senate President, Juan Miguel Migs F. Subiri. SP, can you say a few words?
I don't want to break the train of thought of Senator Risa. I'm just here to show my support to Secretary Uy. Secretary, good morning, sir. Please continue, sir, ma'am.
Okay, Senator Ontiveros, please go ahead.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. Chair, SP, Chair. Just to my last question, and again, salamat sa mga colleagues ko, sina Sen Nancy at Sen JV, who were asking that we hear the important answers of the Secretary to all our questions. Salamat po. So to my last question, nabanggit nyo kanina, Sec, yung NTC. And my last question is an NTC question. On June 8th, 2022, the NTC ordered internet service providers to block 27 websites of news organizations for allegedly being affiliated to and supporting terrorists and terrorist organizations. This move was in response to a letter request of Hermogenes C. Esperon Jr. and the National Security Council terror tagging these websites. After the RTC issued an injunction against the NTC on August 11th, 2022 to unblock some of these websites, the NTC defied and continued to defy the writ of preliminary injunction. It was only a day after a case for indirect contempt was filed against NTC that these sites were finally unblocked. So for my last question, Secretary, for this morning, why did it take so long for the NTC to have refused to obey a lawful order of the court, and how do we avoid this problem from occurring again?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Actually, that incident happened before our term. And it is an act of a attached agency of the DICT. Currently, I think there's still no commissioner at the NTC, but with all due respect, Madam, I think they would be the ones who would be the proper entity that could actually answer why they were not able to implement it immediately an order of the court. As lawyers, we are all agents of the court, and we are obliged to comply with lawful orders issued. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretary, for affirming that lawyers are all agents of the court and obliged to obey the orders of the court. I understand hindi nyo pa po time nung panahong iyon. However, I was seeking to pick the brain of the institutional memory dahil attached agency naman ng DICT ang NTC. At least, Sec, moving forward, how do we avoid such a problem occurring again? If it occurs again, how do we avoid protracting it as happened before?
Well, there are proper legal processes that are put in place under the rules of court and under our laws in order to properly implement lawful orders. And at the same time, we also need to be aware that there are also constitutional requirements on due process that has to be complied by by everyone, because these are constitutional impositions. So I believe the mechanisms, legal mechanisms that are there, precisely in order to strike a balance between overreaching regulatory agencies and protection of some of the rights of the public, whether this is the rights to free speech or the rights to protection against unlawful seizure and unlawful arrest. So far, I think our institutions are quite capable of fulfilling their respective mandates, and we have the separation of powers to indeed provide a very good balance between the three arms of government. And I think we need to be able to trust our system to be able to fulfill their respective mandates, Madam Chair. Thank you po.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chair. And of course, justice always earned and sustained by the proper long-term relationships. In addition dun sa sinabi ni Secretary about agents of the court and obligation vis-a-vis the court, salamat dun sa affirmation nyo about free speech and protection against unlawful seizures and arrests as among the rights protected under our Constitution and our law. So finally, do I take it that if ever, wag naman po sana, but if ever a similar situation should arise and the NTC blocked websites, but following that, the RTC issued an injunction and ordered the NTC to unblock such sites, do I take it that based on what the Secretary has replied so far, it should not take the NTC to be threatened by a case of for indirect contempt in order to simply obey the order of the court?
True po. The courts actually are the primary adjudicators of these controversies, and they are the proper entity in order to determine the validity of certain rights or certain powers that are exercised by government.
Salamat, Secretary. I understand what you said, and I thank you for your answers. Salamat po. Salamat kaayo, Mr. Chair.
Salamat kayo po, Senator Ontiveros. So at this point, Before we proceed, I would like to recognize Senator Lauren Ligarda. Ma'am, thank you very much for coming over.
Yes, I know that there are a lineup of members who will question. I'd like to manifest my support, but also with some questions of policy. Thank you. Later, as the last.
Okay, okay. So at this point, I would like to recognize GP Padiernos for your questions, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ideas have been put forward, Mr. Secretary, that a satellite-based internet platform would be more ideal for the Philippines. Since it is archipelago with thousands of islands, napakamahal at napakatagal po. Kung hihintayin natin ang makapaglatag ng cables para sa internet, may I know the nominees' thoughts on this and if this is being explored already?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Actually, we are already exploring all the different modalities in the transport of all this connectivity. And one of the technologies that are available is via satellite technology. There are two major satellite technology standards that are now available. One is what we call the geostationary satellites, which uses the traditional VSAT systems, very small aperture terminal systems. These are satellites that are located on geostationary orbit about 36,000 kilometers above the Earth. And this has been a traditional mode of telecommunications, but we see a huge latency because of the distance that the signal has to travel. The new technology that's coming out is what we call the LEO satellites, which is the low Earth orbit satellites. These satellites have a height of between 500 kilometers to about maybe 3,000 kilometers. So malayo po, as against 36,000 kilometers above. So because of this LEO orbit, mas mababa, the latency is much shorter. Dahil that amount of time that the signal goes up to them and comes down is much shorter, so mabilis po. So ang nakikita ko natin minsan sa news, when an interviewer is being asked from home office, nakikita nyo, ang haba ho ng delay bago sila nakakasagot, bago nila naririnig yung tanong dahil sa latency, dahil ginagamit nila po yung geostationary orbits. Today with LEO, it's going to be much faster and it's going to be actually be much cheaper because yung latest quote po namin from one of the leading providers for satellite po is about $100 to $110 ang monthly subscription, and it is a 100 to 200 Mbps connectivity, which is actually very good. Most of our homes actually are in the 50 Mbps. So this is 100 to 200 Mbps. On retail po yan. And the cost of the satellite dish that can be placed in the house or in the residence or in the building is about $500 US. And lifetime na po yun. And the latency is 20 millisecond versus the geostationary, which is about 300 milliseconds. So napakabilis po ng connection nito. And we anticipate that if we deploy to our remote islands this technology, this will be a game-changing technology. Bakit po? Yung mga VSAT satellites na ginagamit natin po dati, ang lalaki po ng mga dish. It can be loaded in a van or a truck. That's about maybe at least 1 meter wide. Some of them up to 3 meters wide. Napakalaki po. At kailangan po natin ng engineers upang i-adjust na parang makatutok po yung satellite dish sa satellite at ihigpitan at doon nakatutok. Ngunit mangyari po kung biglang bumagyo at medyo na lihis yung antena, kailangan ko tayo tumawag ulit ng engineer upang i-adjust ulit yung satellite dish. With the new technology po, automated na po. Number one, the satellite dish is the size of of kasya na po sa kasya na sa backpack yon. So we can actually deploy, we can bring it anywhere, and this will be perfect po for disaster response. Because oras na nagkaroon ng bagyo at bumagsak ang mga telcos or telecommunications doon, magde-deploy lang po tayo ng mga installers na nakamotorsiklo, nakapakpak po yung satellite dish at makakarating po doon sa lugar na yon, saksak lang ho sa either generator or a solar panel at gagana na po yon, we will have immediate communication. And that is the challenge po because every time we have disasters, every time we have typhoons, ang unang-unang problema po is telecommunications. Hindi po natin nalalaman nasaan ang mga na apektado no pong uring tulong kailangan nila. Kailangan ba nila ng tubig? Kailangan nila ng pagkain? Kailangan nila ng excavation dahil may nabaon sa ilalim ng mga lupa? Importante po communication upang mapadala natin ang naukulang lunas doon sa lugar na yon. At yan po ang layunin ng DICT is to provide also disaster resiliency, being able to deploy immediately communications equipment that can be used by those remote areas. Salamat po.
Mr. Chair, this is not a question. Hearing that, Mr. Chair, masasabi natin talaga na si Secretary Ivan is the right secretary for the position, and I believe our government will be lucky pagka ikaw na secretary, and for that you will get my full support. You will get my full support, Mr. Secretary. Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you very much. So the next is I would like to give the floor to Senator Pinay, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Isang tanong lang po, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Secretary Ivan. Ang concern ko lang ho bilang chairperson ng Committee on Tourism dito sa Senado, as we open up the industry, meron ho tayong in-implement yung, well, we started with yung One Health Pass and then we changed it dun sa e-arrival, and then ngayon may bago na naman ulit. I think it was implemented last December 1. Naging bahagi ho ba ang DICT dito sa mga e-arrival card that we are implementing?
Itong huling integration is actually a DICT project po. Dahil na-identify po natin na napakaraming ahensya po ng gobyerno, kanya-kanya pong implementation ng mga arrival forms. Nahirapan ho dahil all of us have traveled po. No? We fill up a immigration form, we fill up a customs form, and then we have to apply for a One Health Pass. At napakaraming ahensya na kailangan nating i-transact. Isang arrival lang ho naman ang gusto natin. So, nung nakita namin yung problema, pumasok na po kami. At in a matter of, nung pinakailaman po namin yan, in a matter of, I think, less than a month, in-integrate po namin yung lahat. Pinagsama-sama namin lahat, and we call it now the e-travel, no? E-travel site, where all the agencies, not just the agencies, so not just the Bureau of Quarantine or under the Department of Health, not just the Bureau of Immigration for immigration arrival, not just the Bureau of Customs for customs information po. We included Department of Tourism and the Department of Transportation so that we can harvest the big data that we can generate from all those arrivals. Then we can predict now, karamihan sa kanila pumupunta sa Boracay. At from the time that they arrive, how long are they staying in Metro Manila? Possibly po. Magkano ang ginagastos nila? And we're able to monitor yung connecting flight nila if they register using those. So all these big data will allow our decision makers now to do data-driven decisions.
Actually, Secretary, it's good to hear na top na ngayon ng DICT. Siguro paki-address na lang din, Secretary, because dun sa One Health Pass and then dun sa e-arrival, marami ho tayong kababayan, lalong-lalo na yung mga OFW na naloloko kasi pag sinearch ho nila yung website, dinadala, ang una nilang nakikita yung fake kung saan charge sila ng $75. I'm hoping with this new e-travel, hindi na ho mangyayari na may mga kababayan pa tayo na mabibiktima at magbabayad ng $75. Yan lang po, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
In relation to that lang.
Okay, go ahead. 1 minute.
So just for clarification, Sec, so the e-arrival card is for data gathering, not for health or protocols.
It's integrated po. Because once we are able to collect all those data, then whatever information that each agency needs will be fed to them. So the immigration needs arrival information for immigration purposes. Those data will be given to them. They will not receive data on health. The Bureau of Quarantine will receive the data on health issues of the arrival. And the Bureau of Customs will receive information on the declared amounts that they are, but they will not be able to access information on health. So that's how the system is designed.
My concern lang, Secretary, is this started as a health protocol. Now you're saying that it's gonna be used for data gathering, which is okay. My concern lang kasi, if you compare and benchmark to other countries, they're trying to streamline entry. Tayo po, if we ask so many questions, magkano gagastusin mo, anong connecting flight mo, that's already burdensome to travelers. Please, I know we want to get data, but ako I travel it's so hard to get this. You know, nagda-down, after filling up 20 questions, biglang nagahang. So tapos ulitin ko na naman yung 20 questions ko. I mean, you know, sana 5 question lang. Passport number, kailan ka magstay, ganun lang, anong hotel, tapos na po. Hindi, totoo po. I'm sure you also travel. It's really burdensome. And when I fall in line with other Filipino travelers and foreigners, they just swear. They just swear about this. And it's bad for our country. And you cannot check in, get a boarding pass without this. So ang problema po talaga is napakahaba. And by the time you fulfill the requirements, nagda-down po yung nagahang. Hindi ko maintindihan na, Senator Jaime, did this happen to you? So it happens to everybody, Senator JV.
Magbabay, it's a scam. You end up paying $70 from some commercial site.
So please, Sec, we believe in you, trust in you. But since you're the IT person, you should streamline and coordinate with the DOT. The trust of the DOT is noble, maganda. But yung implementation napapasama, nakakainis talaga po. Salamat po.
Mr. Chair, so we're running out of time. Before we proceed, excuse me, no? Before we proceed, I would like to recognize the presence of Representative Albert Garcia. So, okay, before, sige, go.
I think it's very important, Mr. Chair, kasi marami na biktima niyan, no? Because when you're in the airport already, nagmamadali ka na. Siyempre, pag check-in mo, ayaw ng airline because it's a requirement. So ngayon, kung pumunta ako doon sa Milan, muntik akong hindi umabot, siyempre, nagmamadali ka, gaya na sinabi ni Madjo. Napunta ako doon sa fake na, yung One Health Pass, Secretary, I hope you look into this also. Tapos, it asked me to pay $70. Siyempre, pag mapani ka na, like our OFWs, everybody, magbabayad ka. So, nabiktima rin po ako. So, if you put One Health Pass doon sa search, doon pumupunta . So, I hope you look into this also. And I also agree with the majority leader na let us make it more convenient because when I traveled for the official trip sa France and Italy, it was very easy. Pag dito sa atin, ang hirap. And also, yung po may nakabantay pa na DOT, yung Coast Guard, parang It is intimidating. But again, we will bring this up in another issue. But make it, I agree with the majority leader that we have to make it more convenient for tourists if you want them to come here. But I hope you look into that, Secretary. Yung po mga fake na napupunta na biktima. Dahil pag nagmamadali ka, kakagat ka . So ako, nawalan ako ng $70. Muntik ba ako maiwan? So, yun lang po. Thank you.
Okay, Senator Soren Regadas recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and colleagues. Good morning. Good morning, Secretary. I think is one of the most deserving, competent, knowledgeable, whom we should confirm. Although we have questions based on policy, and we want to learn from you because you are really fit for the job. And I know that we've had many conversations privately regarding your job and all that you intend to do for the department. But just so that it's on record, we would also like to propound some questions. Thank you very much and welcome to the Senate, Secretary Uy, because even before he was appointed secretary, I think he was still working with the Supreme Court when, as I knew him way back when. And as principal author of the law creating the DICT. I'm trying to research what year was that when I filed the DICT. It went through rough sailing decades ago, but eventually enacted into law. And now we have this department. So I'm happy that you are heading it. So just very basic questions for a non-techie person who wishes to learn. What are the emerging technologies that you are bringing into the country to improve connectivity? I know that you have answered some of my colleagues' questions, but I want to understand what are these emerging technologies, already existing technologies, not yet in the Philippines or in Asia, that you are bringing to the Philippines to improve our connectivity? Because we know connectivity is life with all the knowledge, and knowledge is power. Without this knowledge brought to our minds and have accessing it, there's no sustainable growth to speak of. Secretary, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, some of the older technologies that we're currently using are already in place, like as I mentioned earlier, the IP radios, the VSAT systems, and of course, the existing fiber optic connectivity. But the new technologies that are on the horizon, and literally are the Starlink system, or what we call the LEO, the low Earth orbit systems. These are new technologies that are being put in place in order to provide better quality and more affordable service to connect to the internet. In fact, not just to the internet, they're importing more technologies on those satellites, so much so that they may even be deploying mobile phones so that you don't even need sat phones. Because of the low Earth orbit situation, a regular or a mobile phone without connecting to the SIM, to the cellular network, can actually just connect directly to the satellite. And this is a very game-changing technology that's out there in terms of connectivity.
Are referring to LEO, that's low orbit.
Low Earth orbit po.
Low Earth orbit. Okay. Just so that we understand, those already being utilized in the Philippines are fiber optic, VSAT, what else?
IP radios.
IP?
Yeah,
IP.
Internet protocol.
Internet protocol, yes.
Radio frequency,
Radios, radio frequency, we have that. Tatlo lang po.
Meron mga luma ho, mga cable connector.
Yung luma na yun. Okay. So yung tatlo ang masasabi po natin sa universe na ginagamit po sa Pilipinas. Yan. So IP radio, VSAT, at saka fiber optic.
On the IP radios po, meron pong mga like microwave. So there are many. The main is that wired and wireless.
Okay.
Yun ang classification po.
Wired and wireless.
Opo.
Okay, very clear po. Then you mentioned the low orbit, Earth orbit. Okay, I want to understand this. What is the difference between low Earth orbit satellites, okay, low orbit versus high altitude platform stations? Ito pang high platform stations, are these the existing technologies being utilized in the Philippines? Wired or wireless? I want to understand for a non-techie mind. And what is the difference between the LEO, the low Earth orbit, and the high altitude platform stations? I see your smile, you're excited. You know, when when he is asked the questions that somebody as brilliant as he is wants to answer, I can see your interest, and I want to share this so that it's on record, and this is what you will bring, hopefully, to the Philippines. That can be the game changer for our country, right, Secretary? Proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry with my excitement. It's amazing po because the high altitude platform technology is actually still experimental. And I'm actually quite impressed that you've already gotten hold of that. Very few people know about that, the HAPS or the high altitude platform. This actually is a very new technology, and one of the countries that are experimenting with that is Japan. What it is it's a flying platform. It's a nakikita niyo po yung mga stealth bombers. Diba? Flat to. Flat. Pero ito malaki po. It's a very huge platform that is the entire top is solar powered. And then it is launched and it flies indefinitely across the sky in a circular manner. And it delivers Wi-Fi access and Wi-Fi technology down to the ground instead of using the low Earth orbit. The low Earth orbit satellite. So this is not a satellite po. This is a flying platform. And so most of this technology is intended to be deployed, especially in areas where, let's say, you have a major disaster. For instance, like Yolanda, where the entire communities are wiped out and the infrastructure are all inanod. Inanod lahat, tumba lahat. So, if we're going to use, for instance, LEO, yung mga satellites po, no? Sa laki ng area, maaring we have to deploy 100 to 200 of those dishes na ikakalat natin doon sa area, mabigyan ng connection yung mga barangays, yung mga ano. So, ang dami yun kasi ang spread out po. With the HAPS, the high altitude platform, isang palipad nyo lang po doon, yung coverage niya is malaki, let's say buong isla or buong probinsya, habang lumilipad sa taas, maaari pong magamit ang mobile phone. So lahat ng may cellphone can now access that without having to put all those satellite dishes on the ground. And it flies indefinitely po. So long as may solar na-energize siya, talagang lumulutang lang ho doon at upaikot-ikot habang ginagamit.
You mentioned about these two. One, we deployed 100 of them, and just one high platform, isa lang po. Are these both technologies available in the Philippines right now? And if not in the Philippines, in the near future, under your term, will you be able to bring this to our country?
These are actually complementing technologies po, no? But the low Earth orbit satellite is a technology that I feel is more mature. This is the Starlink system, the SpaceX Starlink system. It's more mature, and it has already gone through several stages of testing. In fact, it has been deployed in Ukraine. The Ukrainians are actually using that because pinasabog ko lahat ng mga transmission lines nila at saka mga communication lines. So walang communications po doon sa Ukraine. But dahil sa Starlink po, at nag-deploy sila ng mga satellite dishes, nakaka-communicate po sila doon. So the low Earth orbit satellite system is already been proven to work. And it is already being used. So, however, sa Pilipinas po, we will be the first Southeast Asian country. We will be the first Southeast Asian country that will use that technology.
I want to understand that this technology was discovered or invented by Elon Musk, right? Is that my understanding? His research team, at least. Because he has the first company that utilizes the low Earth orbit technology, and that is the Starlink.
Starlink po.
Did he invent it, or he bought the rights for this? I want to understand po.
The study and the theory on low Earth orbit has been there for several decades po. Except that Elon Musk was willing to take the risk and invest in and believe in that technology and invest in that technology. And secondly po, I think it was timely because in the past po, it was very expensive to launch satellites. You would recall NASA and all these space agencies, napakamahal po dahil ang mahal ho to launch it. But what Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, what they did was they made launching cheap by designing reusable launch vehicles. And because of that reusable launch vehicles, bumaba ang laki yung binagsak ng presyo for launching satellites. And kaya they all decided to put in that investment. It became now a viable alternative. Pero napakaraming satellites po yan. The low Earth orbit satellite for Starlink would require 40,000 satellites. 40,000 satellites all over the world. Because it intends to cover the world. 40,000 satellites po. It's basically a constellation. They call it a constellation.
You need 40,000 to cover the world, but it's only in selected areas now. It's merely philanthropy now, or is it already a commercial endeavor?
It's a commercial endeavor po. They have so far launched 3,000, and I think by the end of the year, they'll have 4,000 satellites, 10% of what is required. And it covers certain areas of the globe. So mostly on the northern hemisphere. However, for the Philippines, we will be one of the early beneficiaries of this.
Why?
Because the satellites will be flying over our country.
So the Philippines is a first in Southeast Asia. Is this a commercial endeavor, meaning the company of Elon Musk will come to the Philippines and locate here, or will it make us a sample for Southeast Asia, or is it a philanthropic project that the Philippines is a beneficiary of this technology?
It's a commercial activity for them because they have to pay for all the launching and all the satellites. What they did as a philanthropic activity was to help Ukraine, but they were only able to do that for I think 6 months or 7 months. Today, they're already asking the U.S. government to foot the bill, continue the service because they have already spent several $100 million in charitable work to help Ukraine communicate.
Since it is the first time that we are discussing the low Earth orbit and the BICAM report of the budget secretary was just passed last night by both houses of Congress, was this anticipated and is it already contained in the NEPGAB or the GAA, which will be signed this month?
That's correct, Madam Chair. We have anticipated this project as soon as I assume office. We already planned for this technology and we made sure that we include it in the budget po.
It is in the budget that we passed, even as you only assumed your post middle of the year. Meaning the low Earth orbit technology as an emerging technology of the company of Mr. Elon Musk called Starlink will be available in the Philippines in 2023 all over the country or in selected jurisdictions?
Only in selected areas po. Depending first on the need of the areas. If they have a viable population, for instance, at least several thousand. And second is that the costs of those devices, how do we now expand the coverage of those devices? And third, budget willing po, will be able to do it. We do not intend to do it at one go. We will be testing it and as we deploy it po. Because although in theory, they have already said that they have proven this in the other countries, and they have in their marketing materials, they claim certain speeds, certain latency, and certain coverage. We need to verify whether that is indeed true or it is all marketing. So we need to prove that first before we deploy po.
What will happen to the other technologies? Will it render it obsolete and useless like the VSAT and fiber optic and everything else that you mentioned? Will it, the low Earth orbit be the new thing and all the others will be useless, or will it be complementary?
We'll have to study that po. There may be other cases that we still may have to use the VSAT system, or there may be other areas where the LEO will not be able to cover. So that will have to be addressed. And we have to consider po also the long-term benefits, no? Because Low Earth orbit satellites po have a shorter lifespan than geostationary orbits. I think for low Earth orbits, about 5 to 7 years for on the viability of the satellite, while the geostationary orbits have a much longer lifespan. So we need to study those and take those into consideration when we make the investment.
Capital is a capex for the entry of Starlink in the Philippines going to be made available? Because we may have the agreement with Mr. Musk, we may have budgets in the ICT, but the transmitters, whatever the technical terms is, yung infrastructure, the physical infrastructure, bago po ito. Hindi po natin alam. Alam na po ng ating mga inhinyero. Alam na pa po ng DICT at lahat ng mga lokal na pamahalaan. Magko-coordinate po sa, syempre, DPWH, DOTR, DICT. It's a whole of government approach, sir. So, while the technology is there, yung mga dadaanan para ma-install, paano po yun? Aralan pa or masasabi natin dahil nasa budget na po kasi mag-expect po mga tao by mid of next year meron na tayong Starlink ni Elon Musk, magandang pakinggan. Ayoko pong magsabi kung hindi po tayo handa.
Opo, Madam Chair. Actually, that's the advantage of satellite connectivity po. Wala ko kayong ilalatag na mga kable dahil direkta po. So, yung infrastructure requirements napaka-simple po. So, that can be easily deployable. The speed and the extent to which we can deploy is much faster.
But because it is satellite, there's no need on the ground for right-of-way issues, for roads and infrastructure, not even transmitters anymore. Yeah, it's all up there. Will it hover around Region 6?
From what we have been informed by Starlink po, it will.
Just so that you know, the province where I'm from, we have 590 barangays. Marami po mga bundok. Meron po rin kami makatutubo. At connectivity is really a challenge. That's why I'm making it a priority. I'm sure all our district representatives will have their own districts to tell you about. But it would be interesting how to empower these people with such satellite technology. I will no longer ask many questions. I would just like to ask an appointment when you are confirmed, maybe after the Christmas season, because I learned so much when I speak with you. I also wanted, just last, but very brief, is the DICD going to encourage PPPs? Are you also encouraging ODAs with what country to help us in e-governance and in improving our connectivity? Thank you, Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are exploring, because of the limited budget, as was revealed by our honorable members of the House and the Senate, we have no choice but to explore PPPs in order to augment whatever financial capital infusion in order to deploy many of these technologies. So that's one of them. With respect to ODAs and international assistance, we've signed memorandum of understandings with Singapore, and we are also in the process of doing with Japan, with Korea, with the US. We have existing assistance also from the US and many other international funding agencies. World Bank has also helped in developing some capacity within the ICT. So all of these options, we're not closing our doors to any of these options. We're open to be able to maximize the remaining 5.5 years that we have in order to fulfill our mandate of digitalization in the country. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much for so competently answering my questions. In short, gets po niyo ako. Gets the gets. Nagpapasalamat po ako sa inyong impormasyon, and I look forward to more enlightening conversations, especially with one of my favorite undersecretaries, Anna May, who was my Senate staff long ago. Yes, thank you for having her here, and you will want to learn from you and to continue help you in improving connectivity in our country, because I believe that really is a game changer in today's world. Thank you. With that, Mr. Chair,
Mr. Chair.
I would like to manifest my support for this brilliant man who I'm glad is joining us in government. Thank you so much, Secretary Ivan Uy.
Okay, go ahead, Major.
Mr. Chair, ano lang, briefly lang in relation to the good inputs by Senator Lauren. We support all the initiatives to promote connectivity, Secretary, no? But just on record, don't you think that Starlink needs a franchise to operate? I mean, we don't want any red tape or anything, no? But I firmly believe that if for them to operate in the Philippines, they need a franchise. I would like to know your opinion about it.
Currently, what has happened now is that the NTC has issued what we call a VAS license, value-added service license. Basically, they will not be technically operating as a telecoms provider, but they will be operating as a internet ISP, internet service provider. And currently for ISPs, we do not require franchises po. We just provide them with a VAS license. If the technology evolves and they
My concern lang is your word technicality. We don't want them to be the technically knockout. We just want them to operate. It doesn't stop any entity from filing a technicality and stopping them. I think you should study that. While we welcome your initiatives and the NTC to open it through IP or VAS, a lot of companies will follow them, and we don't want any technicality. This is my point, no? We want everything seamless, and we support Starlink and all agencies, private, public, that will enhance connectivity. Yun lang, I think you should study that matter very carefully, because look at the TV5 ABS deal. It was technically knocked out by Congressman Marcoleta. Salamat po.
Okay, so Representative Greg Gasataya is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Magandang umaga po sa lahat. Mr. Secretary, Honorable Chair, just some clarificatory questions and follow up on the previous things that we discussed a couple of weeks ago, Mr. Chairman. Is the department considering investigating, or are you investigating already, those concerns of the implementers of where people connect who were not paid previously, Honorable Chair?
Actually, medyo masalimuot po yung issue na yan. Those are problems that were left by my predecessor, and we're currently untangling them. It's actually a very complex because there are several, and each one has a unique issue. And we have they entered into 8,000 contracts po. And we only have I think only 4 lawyers in the agency that is tasked to review all of that. So medyo mahirap po, and we are looking into that and trying to resolve them as much as possible. Some of the projects po kasi wala pong kontrata. So paano natin mababayaran? Although meron silang sinet up, meron silang kinabit, pero kung walang kontrata po, paano natin mababayaran nun? Mapa-flag tayo ng COA nun. Others naman involve, I think, the wrong funds source that was used to implement those. In the others naman, kasi hinati po yung mga awarding, yung last mile at saka yung middle mile. Yung last mile in-award sa isang contractor, yung middle mile in-award sa another contractor. So natupad naman nung last mile na kontrata, pero condition doon sa kontrata is dapat buhay. Hindi mabuhay dahil yung middle mile na magpo-provide ng tubig sa tubo, walang tubig po. So, hindi mo mabayaran yung last mile contractor dahil hindi nila napagana. At kawawa naman, no, na-install nila yon, na-fulfill nila yon, pero dahil ang condition ng contract is that dapat mapagana nila at hindi lang mapagana because of the shortcomings of the other contractor na hindi na naka-deliver ng middle mile. So, ang daming mga iba-ibang issue po at medyo tapusin ho tayo siguro ng isang linggo just to discuss each and every one of them po.
Yeah, that is the reason why, Honorable Chair, that I asked that the department can probably conduct an investigation because we know that this is not the making of the present administration, but just to set the record straight and justice be provided to those who unfortunately placed in a situation that we didn't want to be in. And also dapat may manamat, Honorable Chair, Mr. Secretary, I know na hindi pwedeng pabayaan to eh. Then second, Honorable Chair, I fully support the program of the department in providing support to LGUs for e-governance as well as the use of virtual banking in paying government transactions coming from the LGU. And I'm also very happy that one of your secretary was a colleague of mine when we were in the City Council of Bacolod way back 2004. Under Secretary Attorney General Matapasige, who's very industrious and does a lot of things in the IT for Bacolod City. So, maybe no lang po kung nasaan phase na tayo in helping and providing the assistance to our LGUs for the implementation of e-governance. Honorable Chair, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you very much for that question, Mr. Chair. Actually, we are in the process of launching the ILGU project. The ILGU project is a white label system that addresses the digitalization of local governance po. It addresses the business permits, licensing, digital payments, familiar, and eventually we would want to incorporate geospatial maps in order to help the local government and empower the local government to have a better means of governing their own respective jurisdictions. And this is white label because we are behind the technology. The front end belongs to the local government officials. So it's up to you how you want it to look, how you want it to be presented to the public. That's the local government has a free hand to do that. But we address already the challenge of the technology because ang mahirap po is the technology, no? Investing in the technology, standardizing all the data and all of those. So nakita po namin na pareho naman ang concerns ng lahat ng local government units in terms of permits, licensing, familiar, collection, all of those. So mapasimple po, kami na ho ang na gawin namin yon on behalf of all the local government units. At ang alalahain na lang ho ng local government units is gaano kaganda yung picture nila or yung motto nila sa front end ng application.
Kailan po ninyo ilo-launch to, Mr. Honorable Chair, Mr. Secretary?
Actually, it's ongoing po at we actually will be signing an MOU with the DILG in order to do that. But in the meantime po, may mga local government units na na early adopters na ginagamit yung system at meron silang paminsan-minsan may mga comments kung ano kailang ayusin and then we tweak it. So, kumbaga nasa beta launch po ito at once everything is in place, it's open to all the local government units po.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Chairman, in the interest of time, although we still have a lot of questions, but I believe in the capability of the good secretary. So I have my full support in his confirmation, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Congressman Gisataya. At this point, I would like to recognize Congressman Marcoleta.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Secretary, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think in order for our people to be ensured of universal access to broadband and mobile internet, the government set as one key conditions for telco franchise is what we call the Service Area Scheme, SAS. Is this correct?
As far as I know, that's how the scheme has been deployed po.
Yes, and this scheme is correct because it will ensure the distribution of investments of these telco companies, not only in urban areas, but more importantly in the rural areas. That is supposed to be the objective, Mr. Secretary. Is that correct?
That's correct po.
But you will have to agree, but the telcos are more concentrated in the urban areas precisely because of this lucrative subscriber market and forgetting the rural areas, because it seems to me that there is a low ROI in missionary areas. Is the assumption correct, Mr. Secretary?
That's actually a common observation, Mr. Chair.
It's not only an observation, it is happening on the ground, Mr. Secretary.
Opo.
Okay. Of course, these players, let's name them. It's now a duopoly. PLDT, Smart, and Globe. And Madam Senator Amy Marcos is smiling. Soon enough, Mr. Secretary, this duopoly cartelize the voice, data, and mobile services on a national scale. Is that correct?
There's actually already a third player, Mr. Chair.
The third player is not as big as them and as influence. So the duopoly is still operating. That's the nerve on the ground. Correct?
It would seem that they are strong. They are very strong because they are ahead of the curve po.
Yes, and it seems that I am correct, right? Para madali tayo, wala ka ng panahon eh.
Opo.
Kasi earlier, meron po tayong Philippine Association of Provincial Telephone Companies, yung Papelco, tama? Papelco.
Opo.
Hindi mo alam ang Papelco? Meron, ano?
Telco.
Papelco. These earlier were assured of access to national and international traffic by way of a stable toll interconnection agreement with PLDT. That was earlier, di ba? Pero ngayon, because of the cartel, these PAPTELCO members, Mr. Chair, were imposed an onerous interconnection agreement. And at the same time, the duopoly is already rolling out their investment and building infrastructure in their own franchise areas. This is happening on the ground, Sir Secretary. So ang nangyari, Mr. Chair, yung mga PAPTELCO members, nag-dry out na po yung kanilang fixed line voice and data business. Kaya sa ngayon, I'd like to ask the Secretary, unang-una po, di ba meron po tayong regulator, the National Telecommunications Commission? Tama po ba yun?
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Nasa kanila pong jurisdiction, nasa kanilang authority, na sana'y binantayan nila yung service area scheme. This is the only condition imposed by the government to assure na yung pong rural areas hindi naman mawala. At ngayon po, nawala na pati yung ating mga provincial telco operators. Kawawa naman sila. What happened with the NTC? Yung pong regulatory function, ano po ang nangyari? Mr. Secretary.
We'll have to find out po from them directly what has transpired. I only had a few meetings with them over the past few months po. And
O sige, ganito na lang po. Kasi we already found out. Halos patay na po yung telco. Ito yung tunay na pangyayari ngayon. What is the corporate size? Or siguro, what is the collective size and corporate value of the telco members today, if you know?
I have no knowledge of that, Mr. Chair.
Kasi I'd like to ask you, sana, ano na yung share na po ng telco in the face of this duopoly? Halos wala na po eh. Ito po yung, I think this is the original sin that must be addressed by the Secretary of DICT today. I will support you, Mr. Chair, but this is a challenge that your department must address completely. Ang nangyari po, there is a regulatory capture here. Yung pong nagre-regulate, siya po yung na-regulate. Nawala po yung SAS. Tama po ito. You have to admit. Will you admit? Okay, ngumingiti ka na naman eh.
I need to find to meet with them and find out more.
Tingnan mo, Mr. Secretary, si El Rey Villapuerte mahilig mag-travel. Okay. Pagbaba niya po sa bansa na pinupuntahan niya, puro Europa po ang pinupuntahan ito eh. Hindi naman siya pumupunta sa mga probinsya lang ng Pilipinas. Gusto niya Europe.
Totoo yun.
Pagbaba niya sa aeroplano, di ba kasi meron siyang PH mobile SIM. Meron siyang magko-congratulate na yung yung network provider sa kanyang SIM, and he will be able to already select kung ano yung mas murang gagamitin niyang service while he is abroad, di ba? Di ba?
Yes.
Bakit po si El Rey bumalik sa Bicol o kaya pumunta sa Bohol o anumang probinsya ng bansa? Wala naman domestic broadband eh. Ang mangyayari po, kung pumunta siya halimbawa sa Sulu, nagkataon yung SIM niya, Globe, ang nag-ooperate pala doon Smart, wala siyang connectivity. Mahihirapan siya. Ito yung problema po natin eh. Para maintindihan po ng mga, kasi mabigat naman na usapan ito. Di ba po merong first mile, merong middle mile, merong last mile. Palagay natin, Manila Water. Kaibigan po ni Senator Amy po, Manila Water. Di ba po kukuha siya ng tubig sa Angat Dam? Yun ang first mile. Mr. Secretary, analogy lang naman ito eh. I'm making an analogy para maintindihan natin lahat. The second mile is Manila Water will install all the pipes in Metro Manila. Di ba po? Secretary,
Opo.
kumakain ka pala, hindi ka makasagot eh.
Hindi ko alam yung akala. Sorry po.
And then the last mile po, yung tubig na yun, i-connect po sa mga sarili-sarili nating bahay. That's the last mile. The problem, Mr. Secretary, in the telecom world, iba-iba po yung may-ari ng pipes eh. Lahat po sila nag-charge eh. Kaya nga po si Kong Giko, bago siya makakonek, ang laki na po ng kanyang bayad. Dapat po hindi ganito yung nangyayari. Ito po yung dapat ninyong i-address. Tapos po, I'd like to know if the DICT today is populated by highly technical people to help you in this very highly regulatory function in order for the department to realize the unifying vision of President Marcos. Kaya natin makakuha ng highly technical people, kagaya ni El Rey Villapuerte? Mr. Secretary?
Mr. Chair. Actually, as was mentioned by several of the honorable members of the CA from the House and from the Senate po, I have with me very capable officials that were already mentioned by them, who have been tasked with their respective duties in order to help the department fulfill its mandate po. And we will be continually in search of the proper talents and the proper people with the right attitude, a passion to serve the country po, in order to deliver on our mandate and on our promise to the Filipino people po.
Mr. Secretary, the efforts of building community Wi-Fi and creating local internet service providers are essential in providing access to broadband services in the country, especially in the countryside. Ang efforts na to ay dapat, ang mag-undertake po nito yung regional and provincial providers, hindi dapat yung duopoly. Kasi sila yung nandoon sila yung nagpapabigat. It will frustrate your program or efforts of building community Wi-Fi kung mananatili silang nando sa middle mile. Kayo naman po, ang trabaho nyo lang dapat ay to provide connectivity to broadband internet supply at affordable cost. Doon lang po mangyayari ito. And if you do that with 2 billion resources initially, kasi konti naman ang pera mo, hindi ba? Pero wag mo nang gagamitin na ikaw nga yung gumawa nun Let the SAS conditionality through the strong NTC regulation help you. Yun lang ang pwede natin gawin, Mr. Secretary. Salamat po. Wala na pong panahon, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. So we will finish our first round of questions. The last questions will be asked by Representative Albert Garcia for the first round.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Secretary. Very few but important questions. Regarding the blockchain technology, Mr. Secretary, this is Web 3.0, and it poses a lot of solutions to our problems or challenges. For example, sa remittance ng mga OFW natin, last week we confirmed Secretary Opler of the Department of Migrant Workers. And as we all know, ang dami nating mga OFW who send remittances regularly to their families in the Philippines. And medyo mataas yung fee for these remittances. And blockchain could possibly lower the fee and the processes that is involved. So that's one. Another thing that blockchain can solve is with regards to data portability with our national ID, para yung transaction with government can be more streamlined and identification can be verified. That's another. And isa pa is with regards to the land titles, na kung minsan magulo, nag-overlap, hindi alam yung history and background of ownership And blockchain can also be a solution to that. So having said all this, and given the technology that is already present, what is the DICT doing towards this technology which can be a solution to many of our challenges? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for bringing up this actually emerging technology called blockchain. And as have been astutely observed by the Honorable Chair, this is a technology that provides very good potential, especially in addressing many of the issues that hound our institutions and our processes. Blockchain technology is promising, especially with respect to establishing a good journal of transactions, a ledger of transactions with respect to certain processes that allows for not only a secure but also a verifiable trail. And not only is this being extensively used with respect to financial transactions, but there are even proposals of using this for automated elections. So the potentials are great. And the DICT has been a very strong supporter of this technology, among others. Web 3.0 is game-changing, especially now that we are looking even at deployment of Internet of Things, IoT, where, given the current situation on IPv6 that allows for so many IP addresses that is almost infinite in nature. So with all those combinations on emerging technology, integrating it with big data, integrating it with artificial intelligence, it will provide government with a huge capacity and capability in delivering. And that makes it even more urgent that we definitely need to push our digitalization agenda forward rapidly because we do not want to be left behind. What I have heard was that Moody's only released their recent results, and only 2 countries, as far as I heard, were given positive outlook, and one is Vietnam and the other is the Philippines. So that goes to show that we are in the right direction, and even international rating agencies are seeing that these developments, these announcements, these pronouncements are being fulfilled as we speak, and that there is political will and there is strong support among all the different government units, all the different branches of government working together to push our country forward. And that is, I feel, a very strong vote of confidence on the part of these international agencies that they believe the Philippines will be a shining jewel in Asia. Thank you po.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a follow-up. So, acknowledging the potential of this Web 3.0 or the blockchain technology, do we have any concrete initiatives that we are pursuing so that we can implement or have a proof of concept, so to speak, with regards to this new technology? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, we have been strongly supporting, for instance, there are efforts on the national government and on the local governments to develop champions, regional champions or provincial champions that will adopt this blockchain technology. And I believe that Bataan is one of those provinces that is actually there in becoming perhaps the blockchain capital of the Philippines, because it has been at the forefront in pushing for this. We had recently co-hosted a blockchain summit, the first ever in the country. And we look forward to more of this to make the public aware that blockchain is not just cryptocurrency. Blockchain is much, much more than that. And there are so many other applications that can be used on blockchain that has tremendous potential in bringing our country in the lead on our fourth industrial revolution journey. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if ever there's going to be a proof of concept or an initiative, please keep in mind that probably the jurisdictions of the members of the CA are more than willing to be the laboratory, the POC, including Bataan. So thank you very much for your support, Mr. Secretary, and you have my vote. Salamat po. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. But before we proceed, I would like to recognize or acknowledge the presence of Senator Jingo Ercido Estrada. He was there. Oh, he will be coming back. So at this point, I'd like to recognize our Assistant Minority Floor Leader Representative, Johnny T. Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is still regarding the case of Jose Salazar. Mr. Chair, I just want to clarify that I do not want to belabor this issue, but I would like to seek clarification from the Secretary. I have the letter of resignation dated November 23, 2022, stating that the effectivity of the resignation is November 30, 2022. However, Mr. Chair, last Friday, the DICT had a ceremonial signing of a memorandum of agreement with the interagency regarding the e-governance. And I would like to show to the Secretary two pictures showing the presence of Jose Salazar. If he is deemed resigned November 30, irrevocably, in what capacity is he there? In fact, kung makikita po ninyo, doon sa presidential table, sa likod po ni Secretary Ivan, nandun po si Jose Salazar. I-resign na po siya. Ano pang ginagawa niya doon, Secretary Ivan?
Perhaps reminiscing there, before he resigned, he was helped in drafting the memorandum. So perhaps he was there as just a show of support, but he's no longer connected.
Mr. Chair, there will be a misconception, there will be a misperception that Jose Salazar is still with your office. They say that a picture paints 1,000 words. Tingnan nyo ho, mukhang siya pa rin ang undersecretary, nasa likod po ninyo. Why did you allow that? He's already resigned. So, there is now a perception that he is in your graces. Baka kunin pa ninyong consultant yan or baka consultant ngayon yan. Why did he take his picture with you during the ceremonial signing when he is not anymore the undersecretary?
I don't know why he's there. But
Pero klaruhin po natin para maliwanag
Opo.
in front of the Commission on Appointments. Ano ba talagang role niyan? Resign na ba o hindi?
resign na po.
Is this irrevocable?
Ayun na nga. Basta, Mr. Chair, we stand on your word. Sana totoo yun. Baka naman in disguise lang yan dahil nagpapakonfirm kayo ngayon dito. November 23 to, baka naman mamaya kukunin nyo ng consultant yan. Hindi na dadaan kay President. Do you know, Secretary, that this person has 2 pending cases with the Ombudsman right now and has 1 pending case in the Regional Trial Court, and he has a dismissal case from President Duterte. I do not understand bakit pumasa dun sa OP. Dapat yun, natignan yun. Baka naman tinago niya na may kaso siya sa Ombudsman. He's not qualified to be appointed in any appointed position because of his pending case. Alam nyo yun, di ba? Na before you apply, hinihingan kayo ng ombudsman clearance. Even here, you need an ombudsman clearance. Eh, ba't hindi nakita yun sa screening committee? Yun lang po. Basta po, we take your word for it that she's already resigned. And sana, huwag nyo nang pasamahin yan. Ano pang ginagawa niya dyan sa DICT? I-resigned na siya. Yun lang po, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. So before we close, I would like to recognize Senator Ontiveros for her last questions.
Salamat kaayo sa liwat, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, Secretary, perhaps like Rep. Johnny, this follow-up question of mine is a matter of facts and a matter of respect to the committee. I appreciate that our CASEC read to all of us the certificate of commendation that the Secretary provided us from the Supreme Court. But I must state that a certificate of commendation is not a clearance. Mr. Chair, my office is now calling the Chief for Administration of the Supreme Court in relation to my follow-up question. And of course, I would like to respectfully remind the Secretary that he is under oath. My follow-up question is, what was the nature of the commendation you received, Sec? Was it for your overall service to the court?
It was in the judicial reform program po that I have participated in, that we push for changes in the judiciary, introducing all the reforms that were led by the Chief Justice Hilario De Vida Jr. po.
Thank you, Secretary, Mr. Chair. Actually, it's even more specific than that. Sabi ko nga po kanina, Mr. Chair, I appreciated that the CASEC read this to us. Mas naintindihan ko upon reading the hard copy. It is a certificate of commendation to the Secretary, Attorney Uy, not even for a whole program of judicial reforms, but specifically for the International Conference and Showcase on Judicial Reforms. The Secretary earlier told us that it's rare that two Chief Justices, one outgoing, one incoming, would sign a certificate of commendation. That would be true, Mr. Chair. That would be so if it were a certificate of commendation for an overall service to the court. But upon reading now with my own eyes the hard copy of what was read to us earlier, indeed it was signed by the outgoing Chief Justice and signed by the incoming Chief Justice as Justice still, but also as Chairperson of the International Conference and Showcase on Judicial Reform. So just for the record, Mr. Chair, again, as I said, as a matter of facts and out of respect to the committee and to the whole commission, the actual nature of this certificate of commendation. And my very last follow-up question for this morning, Mr. Chair, Secretary, did you obtain a clearance after your resignation?
I don't recall anymore, Madam Chair. It was 2005. I understand that the clearance process takes a while, so I don't recall any more details on that, Madam Chair.
Well, Secretary, I can imagine a clearance process would take a while, but perhaps not 17 years, because it's 17 years since 2005. I apologize, Mr. Chair. I just took a second off mic to ask if we have feedback already from SC admin, Chief for Admin SC. Unfortunately, Mr. Chair, I don't have feedback as of this time from the Chief for Admin of the Supreme Court. So I just would like to make it of record that the Secretary cannot recall if he obtained a clearance, but surely by now, 17 years after that time, there should be an available fact from somewhere kung nakatanggap nga sila o hindi ng clearance after he resigned. Salamat muli, Secretary. Salamat, Mr. Chair.
So the Secretariat is requested to keep those records. Yeah, just follow it up. Okay, thank you much. At this point, I'd like to recognize our majority floor leader.
Mr. Chair, briefly lang no regarding yung illegal online gaming. We receive a lot of texts about jackpots, alleged jackpots, about all of this, and I asked my staff to investigate this. All the texts that we receive are coming from illegal, unlicensed, unregulated companies and websites. It's incumbent upon not only PAGCOR but the ICT and NBI to form a team, because marami pong, if it's unregulated, unlicensed, it's prone for fraud. You can put in money and you want to play, but it's fraudulent. They can just shut down the website first. Secondly, billions monthly revenues are lost because of these illegal sites. We just want to, ask your commitment. Sana kayo po mag-spearhead with PAGCOR and NBI to not only shut down the sites, because you can shut down the sites. In 5 minutes, they can put it up again. But my point is, cases have to be filed because you can actually log in and put money in a wallet and gamble. So, you can actually know who these people are. So, unfortunately, nothing's being done about this. If you look at the Isabong issue, pumutok yun after years. Issues on Pogo, pumutok after years. Let's not wait for years and tremendous losses to government and fraud and losses to our people when this is not stopped. So we want PAGCOR is licensing legal regulated ones, but unfortunately marami pong unregulated. So sana po mapahinto nyo po to dahil you have the power not only to shut down these online illegal sites, but to actually prosecute and file cases against them. So please, kawawa po ang gobyerno, kawawa po ang tao if this go on. And if you ask our colleagues here, we receive ang dami pong text, and the telcos have already banned these sites. For example, may nabasa ako, panalo.com. Ang ginagawa nila po, hindi na panalo.com, para to get away with maybe the AI of Globe, no, to detect this type of texts. So imbis na jackpot, yung O ginagawang 0. So meaning, alam mo na, yung AI for detecting is already umiiwas doon, no? So these people are very wise and clever to do this. So may I ask your commitment po, sana gawan nyo na agad ng task force ito para mapahinto na po. Siguro briefly lang before I move for your we move for your appointment in the plenary, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chair. We will immediately set up a unit in order to address this in coordination with the other agencies like PAGCOR po. Thank you po.
Yeah, we know you will form a team, but please spearhead this, Mr. Secretary. Anyway, all issues have been raised, concerns have been answered. Mr. Chair, I move to recommend to the plenary for the commission to confirm the ad interim appointment of Mr. Ivan John Enrile Uy, Secretary, Department of Information and Communications Technology. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, this is not an objection to the motion of the good majority leader. Just for the record, even though the confirmation will proceed, for the record, that although the good secretary came out top in a survey on public trust, I am sorry to make of record, he was not completely forthright during the whole hearing, because first he presented the commendation as a commendation for his whole body of work at the Supreme Court, and then when I asked him again about it, he said that it was a commendation for his participation in the judicial reforms program of the Supreme Court. But as the hard copy will show, it was a commendation for his participation in a particular conference. I just would like to make that of record, Mr. Chair, even though the confirmation will proceed out of respect for the facts and out of respect for our committee and our whole commission. And lastly, Mr. Chair, with all due respect, just would like to manifest that I will decline to sign until the good secretary sends to our committee, our commission, the copy of the clearance, his clearance from the Supreme Court. Salamat kaayo, Mr. Chair. And again, salamat, Majority Leader.
So that is not an act of objection.
I am not objecting, Mr. Chair. These are facts for the
You
record.
just put that
And
into the records of the
manifestation.
commission.
Yeah, thank you. Salamat kaayo, Mr.
Madam
Chair.
Secretary, please put all those in the records of the commission.
Mr. Chair, before we act on that, maybe we get a commitment from the Secretariat or the Secretary when the request of the Honorable Risa will be provided, the clearance from the Supreme Court. I'm sure you asked for it, and have they already informed you of when they can issue?
All the while I thought it was so because I was already appointed in 2010 by then President Benigno Aquino to the same position. So so that would have been submitted already during that time. So I'm not aware.
Just for clarification, maybe the Secretary can clarify, a Supreme Court clearance is not required. It's only an ombudsman clearance, no?
Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, we do require ombudsman clearances, but we also often require clearances from previous government.
Of course,
offices.
and we respect the concern of our colleague. The Commission can ask for a clearance even if it's not in the actual list. Mr. Chair, Madam Senator.
Thank you, Majo. Salamat, Abi.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I reiterate my motion. Move to recommend to the plenary for the commission to confirm the ad interim appointment of Mr. Ivan John Enrile Oy as Secretary, Department of Information and Communication Technology. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Second the motion.
There is a motion to recommend to the plenary for the commission to confirm the ad interim appointment of Mr. Ivan John Enrile Oy as Secretary, Department of Information and Communications Technology. Is there any objection? Objection? There being none, the same is hereby approved.
Mr. Chair, there being no other matters discussed, I move to adjourn the meeting so we can have a lunch break.
Before we adjourn, I would like to recognize the presence of Representative Romualdo. JJ.
What's the pleasure? 45 minutes? 30 minutes? Okay. Mr. Chair, I reiterate my motion to adjourn.
Okay. On motion of the majority floor leader duly seconded, there being no objection, the meeting is hereby adjourned.
meeting of the Committee on Trade and Industry of the Commission on Appointments in the first regular session of the 90th Congress is hereby called to order. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
The honorable members of the Committee on Trade and Industry of the Commission on Appointments, Senator Maria Lourdes Nancy S. Binay, Senator Francis Chis G. Escudero, Senator Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada, Representative Albert S. Garcia, Representative Greg G. Gasataya, Senator Christopher Bong Go, Senator Risa Ontiveros, Senator Lauren Legarda, Representative Oscar Oka G. Malapitan, Senator Amy R. Marcos, Representative Lani Mercado Revilla, Senator Grace Poe,
Present.
Representative Jurdin Jesus M. Romualdo, Representative Manuel T. Sagarbaria, Senator Francis Tol N. Tolentino, Senator Cynthia A. Villar, ex officio members Representative Ramon N. Guico Jr., Representative Luis Raymond L. Ray F. Villaferte Jr., Senator Joseph Victor G. Ejercito, Representative Rodante D. Marcoleta, Senator Alan Peter Compañero S. Cayetano, Representative Jose Gay G. Padiernos, Representative Johnny T. Pimentel. The chairperson is present. The chairman of the Commission on Appointments, Senate President Juan Miguel Migs F. Zubiri, is present.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. With 16 members present in person, including the chair and 1 member present online, the existence of a quorum is hereby declared. Distinguished members of the Committee on Trade and Industry of the Commission on Appointments, this afternoon, the committee will consider the ad interim appointment of Mr. Alfredo Espinosa Pascual as Secretary of the Department of Trade and Industry. May I request Secretary Pascual to occupy the designated seat in front? At this point, may we hear from the Commission Secretary, Attorney Myra Marie D. Villarica, the report on the compliance of the jurisdictional requirements and other pertinent information regarding the ad interim appointment under consideration pursuant to the new rules of the Commission and the rules of the standing committees.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors. The ad interim appointment of Secretary Pascual dated September 29, 2022 was received by the Secretariat on October 6, 2022. The same was referred to the Committee on Trade and Industry on October 6, 2022 by the Commission Chairperson, Senate President Juan Miguel Migs F. Zubiri, pursuant to Section 16, Chapter 5 of the new rules of the Commission. Likewise, the ad interim appointment of Secretary Pascual was published in 2 newspapers of general circulation on July 28, 2022 in Manila Times and on July 29, 2022 in Manila Standard, and broadcast over PTB4 pursuant to Section 2, Article 2 of the Rules of the Standing Committees. Further, Secretary Pascual has submitted complete mandatory documentary requirements on September 24, 2022, pursuant to Section 24, Chapter 6 of the new rules of the Commission. Yesterday, December 5, 2022 at 1:38 p.m., your Secretariat received a joint sworn opposition filed by Ms. Genevieve Y. Agabao, Ms. Frida Judith L. Milan, Mr. Melvin Jones Paniza, and Mr. Emelindo Orillanedo against the ad interim appointment of Secretary Pascual. On the same date, Mr. Chairperson, Your Honors, the Secretary transmitted electronically a copy of the joint sworn opposition to the members of this committee, as well as the appointee, Secretary Pascual. We have also enclosed in the individual working folders of the members a summary of the grounds and allegations of the opposition against Secretary Pascual. The Commission Secretariat has duly notified the oppositors of today's committee meeting. That is all, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors.
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I request our Secretary to administer the oath to the nominee?
Secretary Pascual, please rise and please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding? So help you God.
I do.
Mr. Chairman, the appointee is now under oath.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this point, Secretary Pascual is recognized. You may now proceed with your introductory statement.
Honorable members of the Commission on Appointments, magandang hapon po sa inyo. It is my distinct honor to appear before you today for the opportunity to be subjected to the constitutional process of confirmation of my ad interim appointment as Secretary of the Department of Trade and Industry. Over the past several weeks, I've had the opportunity to talk to several of you, discuss my vision for the department, and listen to your valuable counsel. I would like to thank the members of the Commission for your time and insights. The TTI's mission is to be the government's main economic catalysts for enabling businesses, creating jobs, and empowering consumers. I keep this mission to heart as I endeavor to help realize our country's goal of eliminating poverty and reducing inequality by creating opportunities for all in the industry and service sectors of the country. We at DTI are guided by the new administration's 8-point socioeconomic agenda under President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. At DTI, we are pursuing an industrial strategy driven by science, technology, and innovation. In pursuit of this strategy, we embrace Industry 4.0 technologies. We promote innovative industries among the MSMEs as well as startups. We work on improving the ease of doing business. We upskill our workforce and support regional industrialization in the hope of equalizing development of various regions in the country evenly. We are doing all of this with the hardworking and dedicated civil public servants of the department. The department has some of the brightest minds in government, and I'm thankful and proud to work with them in the service of our country and people. Again, I humbly acknowledge the constitutional mandate of this commission. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The appointee is now ready to respond to the inquiries of the committee members. At this point, may I recognize Congressman Johnny Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Secretary Pascual, I do not doubt your capability to head the department. In fact, I was going over your resume, and you're a very well-respected personality, especially in the academic sector. I'm sure that you'll be a very good secretary of the DTI. However, Secretary Pascual, we have received an official complaint from the employees, actually oppressed employees from PESA. Under Memorandum Circular 137 issued by the Office of the President, it mandates a holdover capacity, of contractual employees and OIC of the different heads of agencies. Before your assumption as secretary, the Director General of PESA was certain Charito Plaza. When upon the assumption of Secretary Pascual, I understand you designated OIC Director General Mr. Tereso Panga, and this now started the controversy. The first action of Director Panga was to padlock the office of Director Charito Plaza. Then after that, nagkagulo na ang PESA, which is one of the agencies tasked to oversee the economic zones. Eh ngayon, hindi pa nakontento itong si Panga, humihiganti siya ngayon sa mga empleyado who are identified with the former Director General. He has terminated all the contractuals. He has placed some of the permanent employees on floating status. And more than that, Mr. Chair, he has demoted some of the long-time employees of PESA. And this is contrary to our existing civil service rules and regulations. Ngayon po, Secretary Pascual, kayo po ang head ng DTI. Yung PESA is under your agency. Since you are the father of DTI, you should be able to take care of this problem. And we cannot just take for granted this complaint. It is the mandate of the Commission on Appointments to take cognizance any complaint against the employee. Yun po ang problema natin ngayon po. Ano ba ang plano ninyo dito sa nangyayari ngayon sa mga empleyado? Kawawa po. Wala namang kasalanan yung mga empleyado. They were just working as dedicated public servants. Yung amo ho nila dati si Director General. Charito Plaza. It just so happens that they were in holdover capacity. I think Director Panga clearly has an abuse of authority in demoting, transferring, terminating these employees just because of his self-interest. Hindi po maganda ho yun. Yun lang ang blemish na nakita ko po dyan sa DTI ngayon. As I've said, you've been implementing programs, you are very much capable. Pero kung hindi ho ninyo ito masosolve, itong problema na to, kawawa naman yung mga lowly employees. Ito mga to, konti lang nga siguro ang sweldo nito. Dapat Panga should not take vengeance upon these employees. Ginagawa lang naman nila ang trabaho nila. Since Charito Plaza was the head at PESA at that time, it doesn't mean that their loyalty stays with them. Their loyalty is to public service. Their loyalty is to their position, not to the person who heads the agency. So he should not take it upon them. So ano bang solusyon mo dito kay Panga? Secretary Pascual.
Secretary Pascual, you may respond.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Chair. First of all, I'd like to clarify that I did not designate former or as OIC Deputy DG Panga. He assumed the position by operation of the Memorandum Circular issued by the President, Memorandum Circular 1 and Memorandum Circular 2. Now, this matter of employees having complaints is coming to my attention only now. I have not had any report from the employees directly when these things were happening. So now that I'm aware of this, we will investigate and see how we can address the problems. I understand the case is already with the Civil Service Commission. So I will take a look at that. And if OIC DDG Panga has accountability for his action, he should answer for it.
But Mr. Chair, I don't think Panga will take it upon himself to usurp the authority of the incumbent Director General unless he has been designated or direct orders from you. Hindi ho magtatapang-tapangan niya na ipapadla ko yung opisina ni DG Charito Plaza. Maybe you gave him a verbal order. Nandito po ba si Panga para malaman po natin sino ba talaga nag-order sa kanya? Bakit niya pinadlock yung opisina? Nag-take over siya. You just said in front of this member of commission appointment na wala kayong binigyan na authority. You did not designate him. Malabo yun siguro, Secretary Pascual, na magte-take over siya kung wala hong order sa inyo. That would be very impossible. Wala nga there is no designation. I understand, sabi ni Secretary Pascual, walang designation. So how can he take over? So that means, in the first place, yung pag-take over niya is illegal. If according to you, Secretary Pascual, hindi ka nagbigay ng written order, walang designation, illegal yon. This has been going on for the past 4 months. Imposible po na hindi nakarating sa inyo. Why did you not take action on it? These employees are lowly employees. Mga 10,000 lang siguro to o 20,000. Itong pag-iinitan ninyo, tinanggal yung mga contractual employees, dinimote, dinalay sa floating spouses. Why is he God at PESA? Siya na bang Diyos na dapat gawin niya yun? Mr. Chair, I think the Secretary is within his power and authority to correct and remedy the situation. You're repressing already the employees. Dapat tayong public servants, tayong public service, tayong tinitingnan, dapat tulungan natin yung maliliit na mga tao. Secretary Pascual, I hope that you immediately take remedy in this. And I don't believe you that you did not designate this person, si Tapanga. Hindi magtatapang-tapangan yan, hindi maglalakas ng loob yan kung walang order po sa inyo. So do not lie to this commission appointments that you do not know. You're the secretary. You don't know. PESA is a big subsidiary agency of your department and you do not know what is happening. Imposible po yun. So Secretary Pascual, I hope that you will take immediate action on this.
Secretary, you may respond.
Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, Honorable Chairman, now that I'm aware of the situation, I will attend to it. I'd like to reiterate that I have taken my oath.
Mr. Chair, hindi lang, don't tell me that now that I'm aware. You have been aware of that situation ever since Panga took over? You're lying. Sasabihin nyo sa amin ngayon na you only knew. Anong klaseng secretary ka ngayon mo lang malalaman? You knew it from the very beginning because it was you who gave the order to Panga. So you correct that situation, magkakagulo yan. Ang pinag-aano ko lang dito, kawawa yung mga empleyado. They're already oppressed and there is an official complaint at the Commission on Appointments. And we can take it against you. Official complaint ito eh. Hindi naman to verbal lang na i-defer ninyo si Secretary Pascual. This is an official complaint from oppressed employees of PESA. Kaya dapat tanggalin yung Panga.
Before we proceed, the chair would like to acknowledge the presence of Senator Christopher Bongo.
Mr. Chair, can I just add to the frustration of my colleague?
Yes, majority leaders
With
recognized.
all due respect to the Secretary, if a member of Congress first finds out about this before you, then there is something wrong with the leadership. With all due respect, Mr. Secretary, if you're saying to us that it's only the first time you've heard it, and we know about it, Johnny Pimentel knows about it, then there's something wrong. We don't want another issue that will crop up, and with all due respect to you, will say you only found out at that moment. What else? What other issues that you don't know that are urgent? With all due respect, so I hope you respect the frustration of our colleague. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Lastly, Mr. Chair, for the record, I just want to remind Secretary Pascual that you're under oath. So huwag kayong magsinungaling sa amin na you're only aware of it today. Imposible po yan. 4 na buwan na ho na problema yan. Remember, you're under oath. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Secretary, oh yes, okay.
What I'm saying that
May I just clarify something? Earlier, Mr. Secretary, you mentioned the circular given by Malacanang. Is that the circular to ask all these department appointees to, presidential appointees to resign, or was it from the, hindi ba kasama yan? Can I just ask the title of this circular one, yeah, memo circular one? Is that covered by PESA dyan sa memo circular one? I have a copy, Secretary. No need to locate for it. But your position is PESA is covered under this memorandum circular one. Is that correct? You mentioned earlier. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Just for clarity, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Senator Amy is recognized.
Yes, just to follow up on the issue of the employees, once again, as stated by my colleague, Congressman Pimentel, the Senate is well aware of this, as that is brought forth to us by various chambers, including the foreign investors who have met this chaos at PESA with great consternation. It is alleged that you empowered Mr. Panga with full powers despite the fact that he's a mere OIC, despite the fact that his assumption is still under protest at the office of the president, given that he has no presidential appointment. Are you aware how many employees that does PESA have? How many employees do you know PESA has po?
I think the overall around, I don't have the exact number,
That's okay.
but it should be a big.
If that's the case, are you aware that over 70 employees have been demoted, removed, and otherwise transferred? You are not aware either.
I was not
Since
aware
it's the very first
until
time.
yesterday. Yeah.
Yesterday or just now upon the,
Well,
let's make up our minds po, we are under oath.
I became aware yesterday.
Yesterday or upon the statement of Congressman Pimentel? You said today. Now, yesterday.
Now, well, in relation to this commission on appointment hearing, Your Honor.
May we then await the number of contractual employees of PESA fired since Mr. Panga took over? How many have been demoted? How many are contractual? How many have been reassigned?
I will have to investigate this, Your Honor.
Yes,
Given that it's now come to my attention.
now.
Now meaning this
Yesterday.
period of preparation for the commission on appointment hearing.
Yes, the Office of the President has not yet decided the protest, and yet Mr. Panga is already exercising absolute powers over PESA employees. It is also averred that Mr. Panga reappointed several PESA officers, even though they have pending cases with the Ombudsman for graft. These are very well-known cases, sir, throughout Mactan and the Visayas. Are you aware of that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. One of your undersecretaries is a certain Third Bagro, Erminio Third Bagro, and you appointed him as the undersecretary, or was this a presidential appointment?
It was a presidential appointment.
What is his background in consumer protection and welfare? This is a question brought forth by the NGOs. I am merely the messenger.
Yusek Third Bagro is not involved in consumer protection. He is serving as a legal counsel of the department.
He was also the chief of staff of Senator Pangilinan.
He
But
was,
as government employees, we are sworn not to have political affiliations. Isn't that correct?
He was, Your Honor.
Yes, perhaps we can have some clarity because apparently he is meant to assist in consumer protection, and the NGOs are dissatisfied with his qualifications.
May I answer,
Yes,
Mr.
please.
Chair?
If the chairman
Let me
allows.
proceed.
Undersecretary Ter Bagro is not assigned to the Consumer Protection Group.
But it is the heart and soul of the mandate of the DTI.
Yes, but we have another lawyer, Attorney Marco, who is taking care of consumer protection.
Okay. The other questions and complaints derive from our export sector. I was the former chairman of the Economic Affairs Committee, and the garments export sector has been hit recently because of very poor global demand, as we know. Over 4,000 workers have been laid off in Mactan, and there are more to follow. What is the data on the workers and the plan of DTI for the said issue? Perhaps we can derive that, given that repeated requests at your office have not provided any information at all. In fact, they have not been able, Conwep and the other exporters have not been able to get an appointment with you, sir.
We're trying to accommodate requests for appointment in sequence, Your Honor.
This is the largest garment sector in the country. Neither has SAPI, the electronic sector representative, which constitutes 60% of our exports. The U.S. enacted the CHIPS Act for America, which basically says that they will reshore a lot of the electronics industry. And yet the secretary refuses to meet the electronic sector. Is that correct?
Your Honor, I'm in regular touch with the executive director of SAPI. In fact, last Saturday, I was in discussion with him.
Yes, many complaints also have derived from them because in fact, they were attempting to see you for over 3 months. Last Saturday was the first. So what is the plan of the DTI following the passage of the CHIPS Act? Clearly, the landmark legislation of the past few decades in the semiconductor and electronics industry? Is it going to be disadvantageous, or are there advantages that DTI can take advantage of?
We're very supportive of these industries, semiconductor.
Which is why it took you 3.5 months to see them.
Madam Chair, I met with them very early in my assumption of office in a forum that DTI held for the manufacturers and the various industry associations, and we had sort of a dialogue.
Sort of, sir. The complaints derive from SAPI, its officers, Dan La Chica and the rest, as well as Marites Carrillo, also of Conwep. There are so many complaints, sir, not merely from PESA, but from garments, from electronics, even from the BOI and work from home. Perhaps what I shall do to save time for the committee is request for the information regarding the roadmap, regarding garments, as well as the electronics industry. Also, there is a huge opportunity for the green economy, and we are the last in ASEAN to have electric vehicles as a part of our industrialization map. So, may we hear also from the DTI if there are plans in this sector? Because once again, we have been unable to derive any information from your office.
Before going to the electric vehicle, I'd like to clarify that I had a meeting, formal meeting with Conweb people. In fact, I met them in Manila and I met them again in New York together with the president. And now on the electric vehicles, we have a roadmap for electric vehicles. In fact, recently we got approval from the Tariff Commission and the Tariff Committee of the Cabinet to approve the tax-free importation of purely electric vehicle in order that we will have enough vehicles in the country that will provide the basis for the setting up of charging stations.
I'm sorry, sir, but that's not what we look forward to. Another set of items to be imported. What we look forward to is new manufacturing, more jobs and income for the local industries, not importation. And I think there was in the previous administration a green metals initiative, given that the Philippines is the fifth most mineralized country in the world, and we have not been able to take advantage. With that, Mr. Chairman, may I just request that the roadmaps for the said industries be provided to this commission at the earliest possible time.
Yes, can we get that commitment from the Secretary?
Yes, we have a roadmap that we will share for the development of electric vehicles. The allowing the entry here will provide the basis for developing the industry, particularly the development of suppliers to the assembly of these vehicles. This is one area that we have specifically identified in the industrial strategy for the country. The automotive industry is a focal sector for development into an industry for the purposes of participating in the global value chain of electric vehicles, not just for the Philippine market, for the global market as well.
Yes, I'm sorry, but only importation was mentioned in your previous answer. So we are obliged to request a position from the DTI as well in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Amy Marcos. Before we proceed, the chair would like to acknowledge the presence of Senator Jingo Estrada, Senator Loren Ligarda, and our Assistant Majority Floor Leader, Representative Rodante Marcoleta. So, any other member who may wish
Mr. Chair.
Majority leaders are
Yeah, in relation to the suggestion of our Honorable Senator Amy, I think the roadmap should be clear on how we could incentivize the manufacturing of electric vehicles in our country, not just lowering tariffs and all. But Mr. Chair, with the indulgence of our colleague, it's already 1:50 p.m. We have to be done, including our plenary session, by 3 p.m. And considering that we have another schedule, the second deliberation for Secretary Popo Lotilla of the DOE, Mr. Chair, for lack of material time, I move to suspend the consideration of the ad interim appointment of Mr. Alfredo Espinosa Pascual as Secretary, Department of Trade and Industry. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Yes, I second Majority Leader with the proviso that the information requested by both Representative Johnny Pimentel as well as myself be submitted at the earliest opportunity.
On motion of the Majority Floor Leader, duly seconded by Senator Amy Marcos, there being no objection, the Committee on Trade and Industry hereby suspends this hearing.
The resumption of the meeting of the Committee on Energy of the Commission on Appointments in the first regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. We are resuming the hearing, which was suspended last November 29, 2022. May we hear the Majority Floor Leader's report on the parliamentary status.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Your Honors. Last November 29, 2022, this committee deliberated on the ad interim appointment of Secretary Rafael Lotilla, Secretary of the Department of Energy. During the deliberation, this representation, as well as Representative Greg Gasataya, Senator Chis Escudero, Representative GP Padiernos, Representative Lani Mercado Revilla, Senator Rizzo Antiveros, interpolated the good secretary on issues surrounding the Department of Energy. Likewise, Madam Chair, this representation, Representative Greg G. Gasataya and Senator Risa Hontiveros requested the appointee under consideration to submit the following documents. First, list of franchise of the distribution utilities and electric cooperatives, including the list of expired franchise holders. Second, list of unserved and underserved areas. Third, position paper on the renewable energy storage facility development. And lastly, sale purchase agreement between Shell, SPEX, and Prime Infra MPX, as well as documents related to the acquisition. For lack of material time and upon consideration by this representation, which was properly seconded, the chair of the committee suspended the deliberation on the ad interim appointment of Secretary Lotilla. That is all for the parliamentary status, Madam Chair, Your Honors.
Thank you, Majority Leader. May we now hear the Commission Secretary's report on the additional pertinent information relative to the ad interim appointment under consideration in compliance with the new rules of the Commission and the rules of the Standing Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, Your Honors. Your Commission Secretariat received on December 2, 2022, documents submitted by Secretary Lotilla in compliance with the requests of this committee during the previous meeting, except the document pertaining to the position paper on renewable energy storage facility development. On December 5, 2022, your Secretariat received a supplemental sworn statement of opposition from Mr. Pete L. Ilagan, President of National Association of Electricity Consumers for Reforms Incorporated, NASICOR, against the ad interim appointment of Secretary Lotilla. The members of this committee were electronically furnished copies of said documents. Likewise, Secretary Lotilla was furnished a copy of the supplemental sworn statement of opposition. The Commission Secretariat has duly notified the oppositor of today's resumption of committee meeting, and he has signified his intention to attend. Further, your Secretariat received today a letter from Representative Mark Cojuangco, Chairman of the Special Committee on Nuclear Energy, expressing his concerns on the Department of Energy's policy direction on nuclear energy. Copies of the said letter were furnished to committee members. That is all, Madam Chairperson, Your Honors.
Thank you, Secretary Villarica. Before we proceed, may we request the Commission Secretary to read the letter in full, submitted by Representative Mark Cojuangco. Thank you.
December 6, 2022, Dear Honorable Senate Contingent to the Commission on Appointments.
We all be given a document. All right.
I am aware that today, the confirmation of Secretary Rafael Popo PM Lotilla of the Department of Energy was deferred or postponed. I do not doubt that Secretary Lotilla will eventually be confirmed because his reputation for honesty is impeccable. However, as the chair of the House Committee on Nuclear Energy, I am thankful of the opportunity to be able to inform you, esteemed members of the Commission of Appointments, about some reservations this representation has about Secretary Lotilla's response to the President's mandate to look for clean yet reliable sources of power and energy attributes which widely define nuclear. In particular, I am concerned with the Secretary's public communications about nuclear energy, which has declared 10 to 15 years before we can have nuclear.
It's 5 pages.
This
Yes, Madam Chairman, Madam Chairperson, this is a 5-page document, and with due respect, mahal na kapatid ko si Congressman Mark Cojuangco, but we have a session at 4 p.m. It's already 3 p.m. We've not gone to plenary. Is it possible that we can read the whereas clause? Every member has letter copy, right? We can read it. All of us can read it, and I'll move to put it as part of the records of the minutes of this meeting, Madam Chairman. And maybe what we can do is ask the secretary to read the last page on the whereas portions.
Before that, thank you, Mr. Chair. We acknowledge and recognize the letter furnished hard copy all members of the commission. And we are grateful to Congressman Mark Cojuangco for elucidating on his passion and advocacy of nuclear energy. We will furnish the good secretary a copy of the letter of Representative Mark Cojuangco. Instead of reading the whole 5-page letter into the record, may we request that it be inserted into the record of the Commission on Appointments.
And maybe we can, if I may, so that he may, we give him also his due concern, be heard out by our members. The last page, maybe Madam Chairperson, can be read for the record.
May we request the Secretary, Attorney Villarica, to read the portions, the salient portions of the letter into the record.
Okay, this one. Yeah, further.
Further, let me restate points which are by no means exhaustive. These are also a few more issues that need to be addressed regarding his policies for energy security in the country. 1, President BBM has clearly enunciated in his first SONA that Philippines should consider nuclear energy in the mix to help with our dependence on imported coal, 60% of electricity source, 90% coming from Indonesia, and the dwindling Malampaya gas resource. We have not heard any pronouncement from him in support of the nuclear power program, including the revival of the BNPP and the outstanding offer of South Korea to rehabilitate the BNPP. 2, Secretary Lotilla is not familiar with nuclear technology but missed a chance to learn from international colleagues when DOE refused an invitation to an IAEA-sponsored ministerial meeting in Washington last September on harmonizing nuclear with renewable energy. This contrasts with actions of PBBM, who met with the U.S. nuclear executives when he went to the USA for the UN conference. 3, in a presentation to the President, DOE has listed untested energy options such as hydrogen, ammonia, large-scale batteries, pie in the sky, totally unproven and unimplemented at scale anywhere, and small-scale offshore gas ahead of nuclear, which, aside from zero carbon emissions, is a mature technology supplying 20% of the electricity of the USA and 10% of the world. 4, Secretary Lotilla has delayed the calling of the meeting of the Nuclear Energy Program Interagency Committee created by the executive order of PBBM, which has been very aggressive in promoting renewables, wind and solar, which are important but cannot replace the baseload energy capacity of nuclear, coal, and gas, and the latter contributing substantial carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. 5, this lack of urgency in dealing with an important part of the energy mix that will help the looming energy crisis suggests either intentional refusal to recognize the legitimate advantages of nuclear and the selectively aggressive promotion of renewables. This suggests a lack of concern to lower the price of electricity, which cannot come about with an increase in renewables alone without an accompanying increase in carbon-free baseload. The public has spoken about nuclear. The DOE survey last 2019 showed 79% of the people favor nuclear as a way to lower electricity costs, yet the current actions of the DOE seem to want to keep this fact hidden, to ignore it and the wish of the President BBM himself, who won resoundingly without hiding his support for nuclear during the campaign period. Nanalo po si PBBM dahil nagsawa na po ang mga tao sa mga pangako ng nakaraang 37 na taon na hindi maipatupad simply because physics do not allow it. Nuclear, which is intrinsically cheap and frugal of material and fuel because of E equals MC squared, is the only technology that we have but have refused to try over the last 37 years. DOE needs a secretary who will put his front and center full-time. Although his actions may be more so, his lack of it, Secretary Popo seems to be not that person. Signed, Mark O. Cojuangco, Chairman. That is all, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you, Secretary. Yes, there's some noise.
It's party, Christmas party.
Okay. Okay. Today, this committee will resume the deliberation on the ad interim appointment of Secretary Rafael Perpetua M. Lotilla as Secretary of the Department of Energy.
Yeah, the oppositor, wala na.
We already have the appointee under consideration on his designated seat. Once again, the chair would like to remind the good secretary that he is still under the same oath as last time. Okay. As reported by the Commission Secretary, the oppositor, Mr. Pete L. Ilagan, has submitted before this committee his sworn statement of opposition as well as his supplemental sworn statement of opposition. I believe that the oppositor is present today. May we ask former DOE Undersecretary Pete Ilagan to come forward, take the designated seat on the side. Secretary Villarica, could you kindly administer the oath to Mr. Ilagan?
Mr. Ilagan, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings? So help
I
you
do.
God. Madam Chair, the oppositor is now under oath.
Thank you. May we ask the oppositor to introduce himself, give a brief statement or the summary of all the points of his opposition against the ad interim appointment of Secretary Lotilla. Mr. Ilagan.
5 minutes, you have 5 minutes.
I am told that you are requested to give your summary within 5 minutes. Thank you, sir.
Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair. Kagalang-galang na Presidente ng Senado, Madam Chair, at sa mga distinguished members of the Commission, the Commission Secretary and Secretary Lotilla, magandang hapon po. First, we'd like to convey our sincerest gratitude for the Commission for allowing us this opportunity to submit our formal position to the confirmation of the ad interim appointment of Secretary Lotilla for the reasons we have cited in our letter and in our succeeding supplemental motion. Nais po rin namin idagdag maliban dun sa masasaad dun sa aming unang letter of position at sa sumunod na supplemental opposition. Nais din po namin ipahayag ang aming hindi pagtanggap po doon sa DOJ opinion na in-exempt po ang appointment, ad interim appointment ni Secretary Lotilla from the provision of Section 8 of Republic Act 7638 na nagsasabi na kailangan muna ang appointment ay hindi pwedeng mag-appoint sa loob ng 2 taon. Your Honor, our volunteer lawyers advised me that there is a legal maxim on statutory construction which says that where the law does not distinguish, nor the interpreter must distinguish. Kaya, Your Honor, maliban dun po sa aming isinahad sa aming sulat, supplemental motion, nais din po namin pagawakan itong sinasabi ng legal maxim na to, where the law does not distinguish, nor the interpreter must distinguish. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Magandang hapon.
Thank you. I'm sure by now the secretary has heard or read your opposition. May we ask the secretary to respond to the allegations of the oppositor, Mr. Ilagan? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the distinguished members of the Commission. The opposition that has been submitted relates to events that took place as far back as 18 to 15 years ago. And first, I would like to explain that the privatization plan and the changes in that plan were approved by the President of the Philippines upon endorsement of the Joint Congressional Power Commission. And those changes included the sale of the plants from a portfolio of plants to a sale on an individual basis. And therefore, we had to implement, and I, as President and Chief Executive Officer of PISAM, we had to implement that mandate of Congress under IPIRA. Second, that the price at which these plants were privatized, the reserve price was set not by myself, but by the board of the PISAM, which is chaired by the Department of Finance Secretary and with the Department of Budget and Management, NEDA, DOJ as DTI as members. So the success of the sale of some 30 generation plants is not my achievement, but the achievement also of particularly of my successors and of the many some officials and employees who ensured that the sales were above board. The third point, Mr. Chairman, is that the adjustment mechanisms that I claim to have been put in place by myself were already in place before I became secretary. And what I did was to accede to the request of the Energy Regulatory Commission that the rules that they had issued before I came in would be upheld by providing for adherence to those rules and for notice and public hearing to be held before in the review of those adjustment mechanisms. The adjustment mechanisms were passed by the Energy Regulatory Commission precisely in order to avoid an impact on the adverse impact on consumers. Because if it is delayed, then the adjustment would earn interest because the cost of money to the generators would only be passed on to the consumers. Now, the fact that for the last 15 years since I was away, those rules have been continued to be implemented. And in fact, were addressed by the Supreme Court in two 2021 cases, that these cannot be attacked collaterally, but have to be addressed directly if there is going to be a challenge against them. So these points, Mr. Chairman and distinguished members, are the ones that I have presented. And I would like to, on the point about the conflict of interest, I defer to the Department of Justice on that particular point. And then on the point about conflict of interest, I have my record as a public servant over these past many years to uphold integrity and professionalism and fairness, and I do not want to paint or stray away from that particular record of mine. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretary Lotilla. We thank Mr. Pete Ilagan, former Undersecretary of the Department of Energy, for coming here. Actually, the second time. He was here last week. We were not able to acknowledge him. I think there are no more questions or objections, and Mr. Ilagan has propounded his question to the chair, who so competently answered the question. So
And we all have a copy of his.
we all have a copy of the sworn statement. May I ask if there are any members of the commission who wish to ask questions pertinent to the questions or the opposition of Mr. Ilagan?
I believe.
If there are no questions pertinent to his opposition, we therefore thank Mr. Ilagan for coming to the CA today.
Maraming salamat din po sa inyong lahat, Madam Chair, Senate President, at sa lahat po na bumubuo ng Commission. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you. So, Madam Secretary, just to clarify, we've read into the record Representative Coangco's statement and the opposition of Mr. Ilagan. Is there any more opposition?
There are no more oppositions,
Okay.
Madam Chairperson.
Very clear. So, no more opposition. We proceed now with the questions from the members of the commission. I had a long list last week, but we will give the time to Congressman Rodante Marcoleta. Sir, thank you.
Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Secretary. During the last hearing, Madam Chair, there were questions initially asked by some of our members, and my attention was caught by one of those questions which related to the rising cost of electricity rates in our country, and it was asked whether or not the DOE can do something on this increasing price of electricity. Secretary Lotilla answered this way, Madam Chair, and correct me if I'm wrong if I got this correctly. I try to draw the line between economic regulation and policy making because as contemplated in EPIRA, the ERC is independent of the DOE. Is the quote correct, Mr. Secretary?
Madam Chair, I think that is essentially correct.
I'm a little bit unsettled with this kind of answer, Madam Chair, because it seems to me that the hands of the secretary are tied simply because he's trying to draw a line between himself and the ERC, and he cited the independence of the ERC from the DOE based on EPIRA. Mr. Secretary, does this mean that you cannot lay down policy? You already admitted that policy making is the domain of the DOE. Are you saying that you cannot formulate or institute policies that would enforce more or less the objectives of EPIRA, more specifically on the issue of affordability of rates? Because under Section 2, Madam Chair, EPIRA, there is a declaration of policy. Section 2B, Mr. Secretary, reads, to ensure the quality, reliability, and security, and affordability of the supply of electric power. Paragraph C, to ensure transparent and reasonable prices of electricity in a regime of free competition and full public accountability. Paragraph F, to protect the public interest as it is affected by the rates and services of electric utilities and other providers of electric power. These are the objectives of the law, Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary. And if you will tell us that your hands are tied because you will try to draw the line between DOE and ERC, then we will not be surprised why the electric rates keep on increasing. You just heard from Congressman Gasataya that in his province, the electric cooperative started with 6 pesos earlier this year, then it rose to 12, and today it's about 16 pesos per kilowatt hour. During the campaign in the last election, Mr. Secretary, Madam Chair, the President, who was then a candidate, together with myself, made a commitment to the voting public that if the President gets elected, he will try his best to lower the tariff and rates of electricity. This commitment and promise to the voting public resonated well. Paano po kaya ito, Madam Chair, kung he will only draw the line or he will only try to draw the line between ERC and DOE? Aren't you supposed to cross that line, Mr. Secretary, in order that these objectives can be fulfilled? This is a campaign promise of the President, and I think the promise is legally anchored on the objectives of the law itself. Affordable means kayang-kaya, mura, reasonable, fair, Doon po sa sinasabi pa, competitive. So paano po natin magagawa to, Mr. Secretary, if you will only draw the line, wala pong mangyayari dito sa atin. And I think the sky is the limit here. Ngayon po, all people are suffering the high cost of electricity. Can you please make us comfortable with a good answer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Congressman Marcoleta, for that question. So definitely, I said I draw the line clear between policy making and economic regulation, because rate setting in particular, when the Energy Regulatory Commission exercises its rate setting powers, it enjoys independence and cannot be interfered with. But it does not mean that DOE cannot issue policy as clarified by the Supreme Court, and therefore will be able to address a number of issues affecting our fellow Filipinos. And the lowering of tariff and rates, therefore, cannot be addressed overnight, because we are affected by imported coal and imported diesel, and natural gas, which is depleting. We would also be importing. But these goals are to be achieved by ensuring a level playing field, so that there is more competition and investments are going to come in. And then second is to address, of course, the ability of our distribution utilities to manage their power supply agreements, so that, as we have heard clearly from a number of congressmen, they are not, the members of the commission, that they are not overcontracted, and that they will be going for the lowest cost comparatively by adhering to the requirements of the
Mr. Secretary, I'm
competitive
sorry to
selection
interrupt you, but Madam Chair, I'd like to get some more specific answers to this, because in addressing the high cost of electricity, you need to formulate policies. So you are not trying to say that you will not only draw the line, but probably cross that line, because it is necessary for you to lay down the policies, the upgraded and correct policies, in order to influence the rate-setting methodology of ERC. I will agree that ERC is only independent insofar as the rate fixing is concerned. But it is still dependent on the policies that DOE will lay down in order that it will be compliant to the objectives of the law. Ang sabi po kasi, affordable rates of electricity. Competitive, fair, and reasonable. Alam po ba ninyo na ang Supreme Court meron din siyang sinabi tungkol dito sa reasonableness?
Mr. Chairman.
Sabi po ng Supreme Court, in the case of the Philippines represented by ERB pa noon, versus Manila Electric Company, GR number 141369, November 15, 2002. What is just and reasonable rate is a question of fact, calling for the exercise of discretion, good sense, and a fair, enlightened, and independent judgment. The requirement of reasonableness comprehends such rates, which must not be so low as to be oppressive, so as not to be confiscatory, or too high as to be oppressive. Dito po kailangan ng balancing factor. If the DOE will not come in to formulate those policies to guide the methodology rate fixing of the ERC, talaga pong sky is the limit ang mangyayari. 21 years ago, Madam Secretary, nung ma-enact po yung EPIRA, 21 years later, yung pong objectives hanggang ngayon, hindi po nasusunod. Mr. Secretary, any day, that the rates of the electricity is getting higher and higher, there is a continuing violation of this law. Am I correct?
Mr. Chairman, that the reasonableness would have to be judged in accordance with
Yes,
the
we have already defined that. It
Yeah.
should not be so low as to be oppressive, as to be confiscatory, or too high as to be oppressive. Kailangang balansehin mo eh. Tingnan po ninyo. Ang sabi ng Supreme Court, to charge consumers in the same case, to charge consumers for expenses incurred by a public utility which are not related to the service or benefit derived by the consumers from the public utility is unjustified and inequitable. In the same case, there is only one issue decided by the Supreme Court, whether or not public interest must prevail over private profits. This is so important, Madam Secretary, Mr. Secretary, because ito po yung objective eh. Kailangan po nating makuha yung affordable. And even in the charter of the ERC, ang sinasabi po doon is least cost. Least cost talaga eh. Ngayon, kung papataas po yung kuryente, kaya nga po ang sinasabi natin, are we violating the law continuously or not? Because hindi affordable ang kuryente. As a matter of fact, in Asia, residential rates, it's 9 pesos and 50 cents per kilowatt hour. You compare it with Malaysia at 4 pesos and Brunei for 4 pesos. But do not tell me because the electric rates there is subsidized. Doesn't matter. Wala pong sinasabi ang EPIRA whether subsidized or not. Ang sinabi niya, it should be affordable, reasonable, and competitive. Ito yung sinasabi natin. But if you will tell me that you will just try to draw the line between economic regulation, which is rate fixing of ERC, and decision-making of DOE, wala po tayong kapupuntahan. Then, the promise of the President to the voting public will become a mere promise. Sayang naman po because you have to enunciate, you have to formulate decisions para po ngayon mag-guide natin ang ERC. Wag na I'll give you an example, Mr. Secretary. Before EPIRA, the rate fixing method of ERC is the RORB, return on rate base. Am I correct?
That's right, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Yeah, RORB is based on the principle that the rate base is the value of property that is entitled to a return. Correct?
Right.
And then, sabi ng Supreme Court, maglalagay sila ng 12% profit. This is in accordance with the Philippine Service Act. I am correct.
Right, Mr.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
That is a more acceptable method. Kasi po yun makikita natin. Tama naman po. Nag-invest po yung distribution utility. Kailangan naman po kumita yon at ibalik yung capital. And that is acceptable. But years later, nung magkaroon na po ng EPIRA, biglang binago yung RORB. They transition from RORB to PBR. This is now the performance-based rates. Ang ibig pong sabihin nito, Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary, hindi lamang po yung CAPEX ang kinukwenta. Even the planned expansion and development of a distribution utility is already imputed or factored in to be submitted to the ERC, the incentives of performance. Maliwanag po dito, nasa planning stage, plano pa lang po ng distribution utility na mag-expand po sila sa ganito, dito at doon, pero babayaran na po ng consumer. You have to correct that. You have to initiate policies na hindi naman tama yun. Why would the poor consumers be the one to bankroll the expansion of, technically speaking, it is the consumer who will bankroll the expansion and development of a distribution utility. Ano po yung ginagawa ng mga stockholders po nila? Bakit hindi sila yung magbigay ng additional equity? And that additional equity will be entitled to the rate of return. Tama naman po yan eh. Ngayon, kung ang consumers po ang nagbabayad, bakit ang kumikita po, hindi yung consumer? Bakit yun po yung kumikita, yung stockholders ng distribution utility? Isa po yun sa gusto nating makorek. Ang sabi ng ARC, tinanong ko po kasi sila one time, sabi po kasi sa Section 43 ng EPIRA, Madam Chair, kapag ka daw po ay the ERC can change their methodology if it is internationally accepted. May I know, Mr. Secretary, ilang bansa po ba sa ating mundo ang gumagamit ng PBR if you know?
I do not know the exact number,
Okay.
Madam Chair, but
Salamat
we have
po.
several.
Kung hindi po ninyo alam kailan ang number, tayo po ba'y nag-sign ng covenant or treaty to any organization na tayo po'y nakahanda ngayong gumamit tayo ng PBR na lang, hindi yung RORB? Is there a treaty or an agreement in that nature, Mr. Secretary?
There is none, Madam.
Wala po. So hindi siya internationally accepted. Why don't you question that? Isipin po ninyo, ano pa lang po ng isang distribution utility na mag-expand? Magde-develop po ng ibang lugar. Babayaran na po ng mga poor na consumers. Ano po yung role ng stockholders? Hindi na po sila magbibigay ng added equity or wala na po. Kasi po binabayaran na namin. Tayong lahat binabayaran natin. This is the most unconscionable approach. Also, you should not only draw the line, Mr. Secretary, you should cross the line. So that, kasi po, it's under Section 4 of EPIRA, which can be your basis. Ang sabi po ng Section 4 ng EPIRA, Mr. Secretary, Department of Energy, to carry out the above declared policy, ito po yung sinasabi kong affordable rates, to protect the public interest, reasonable, fair, and competitive price. There is hereby created the Department of Energy, hereinafter referred to as the Department, which shall prepare, integrate, coordinate, supervise, and control all plans, programs, projects, and activities of all government relative to energy, exploration, development, utilization, distribution, and conservation. Malawak po ito. And from this particular section, you can formulate the correct and most upgraded policies to guide and change the direction of the ERC's methodology in rate fixing. Yung pa lang po, isa lang. What about the ARCOA, which is also enunciated in the EPIRA? Ano po ba yung ARCOA, Madam Chair? ARCOA is retail competition and open access. It is an avenue where the captive market of a distribution utility can migrate from being captive to become, ano po yung magiging contestable po tayo. Ang ibig sabihin po nito, Madam Chair, ipaghalimbawa natin yung subdivision po ninyo, kapag in-aggregate natin ang total volume o total electric energy consumed by your subdivision, ang threshold po ay 500 kilowatts. That means you are already in a position to change distribution. Ayaw man nung dati yung distribution utility, pwede na kayong pumili ng retailer. Tama po ba yun, Mr. Secretary?
That's right.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
So yung pong dati yung distributor, Madam Chair, kunwari is 9 pesos per kilowatt hour, pwede kayong pumili ngayon. Meron palang mag-supply sa inyo ngayon, 10 pesos and 50 centavos per kilowatt hour. Then you can change distributor. Ano po nangyari rito? Hanggang ngayon po yung ERC is not developing the rules kung paano ma-maximize po itong particular provision ito. Sayang po ito. Lahat po ng pampababa ay hindi ginagawa for obvious reason. Okay, kasi naman po, in distribution utilities, kakausapin niya siguro yung ERC. Ito naman po, isa pantaha ko lang. Huwag ka munang gagawa ng regulasyon. Kakainin ng aking market. aalis ang aking mga consumer. Wala po tayong magagawa. Ganun po yung sinabi ng batas eh. Kailangan po lahat ng mga sinabi ng batas na ipatupad natin para po yung affordability, mahit po natin. Ito lang ang paraan. Hindi po ba, Mr. Secretary?
Madam Chair, I fully agree on the retail competition and open access that it is key to
Yun nga po.
achieving that. Thank you.
Yung retail competition was placed there precisely para magkaroon ng competition so that the retailers can come in. Nasa EPIRA din po yung pagtatatag natin ng WESM. WESM is Wholesale Electricity Spot Market. The very reason but the WESM came in to the picture in order that the rate of electricity that is ultimately consumed by the poor consumer will be based on the rates, on the actual variation of supply and demand. Tama po?
Essentially, yes, Mr. Chair.
Pero nangyayari, Madam Chair, ngayon, kapag ka po yung isang GENCO, yung power supplier, hindi nakapag-dispatch, hindi nakapagbigay ng kuryente sa distributor, mapipilitan ng distributor na kumuha sa WESM. Alam po ba ninyo kapag kumuha sa WESM, masasaktan po ang consumer kasi masyadong mataas po yung sa WESM. So, ang nangyayari, the very objective of the law ay hindi nangyayari. Imbes na lahat na po ng mekanismong ginawa ng batas, walang nangyayari, puro pataas. Kaya po ngayon, huwag kang magtaka, Congressman Gasataya, yung 16 pesos mo per kilowatt hour, papatak pa yan ng 21 siguro. Kaya baka matalo ka sa susunod na eleksyon. Hindi na siya kakandidato kasi graduate na siya eh. Diba? So, Madam Chair, bakit ko po kinukwento ito? There are avenues, there are mechanisms that the DOE can resort to. They can do something. Pero the passive answer like I will try to draw the line between ERC because ERC is economic regulation and DOE is policy making, that's a very passive answer. Wala na pong kapupuntahan ng ano natin, ang taas ng kuryente natin kapag gano'n ang sinagot. Paano po papasok yung regulation nyo, Mr. Secretary? Tingnan po ninyo yung can you not influence ERC under Section 4, yung binasa ko sa inyo? Kaya po mataas ngayon, at siguro diretsuhin na natin. Banggitin ko na. Nagsisikip at hindi ko mabanggit. Meralco, sabihin na natin. Alam naman po ninyo, Mr. Secretary, bakit ang taas po ng rates ng Meralco? Sa maraming bagay. Kasi hindi po nagkaroon ng regulatory reset ang ERC, particularly the fourth and fifth regulatory reset. What does this mean, Madam Chair? Ang Meralco po kasi is a publicly listed company. So, kinukuha po yung weighted average cost of capital do sa Bloomberg and other references na kinukuha nila. Yung pong computed WACC do sa third regulatory reset, 8% lang po eh. Pero dahil hindi nagbigay ng reset, na hindi nag-reset ang ARC, alam po ba ninyo, it's 14.9% or about 15%. So, magkano po ang kinita ng Meralco? Sa kanilang computation based on the Bloomberg basis or reference, palagay na natin 8%. Tapos, dahil hindi kumikibo ang ERC, from the fourth and fifth regulatory reset hanggang 2026 po yan, 15%. So yung taas po ng WACC ngayon, ibig sabihin, katakot-takot na profit ang kinita ng Meralco. Paano ngayon natin ma-address yan kung sasabihin halimbawa ni Secretary? I will try to draw the line between ERC and DOE. Huwag naman pong ganun kasi kayo po yung implementor ng EPIRA based on Section 4. Kayo ang tagabantay. Kung wala pong gagawa nito at pababayaan natin ang ERC, sasabihin lang naman po ng distribution utility, huwag ka munang mag-compute ng pabayaan mo na yung 15%. Sino po ang natatalo dito? Mr. Secretary, sino po ang matatalo?
Madam Chair, in that particular case, DOE will then have to call the attention of ERC if it fails to meet the requirements of its own rules and of the law. As you pointed out, this is history. But moving forward, if ERC fails to conduct the resetting.
That is why I ask you, Mr. Secretary, please. That is why I'm asking you to be more active. Do not just draw the line. You have to cross that line. You have to help us. We will help you. The legislator can call the ERC. But, wag kang magdodraw ng line. I need you to cross that line. For example,
in that particular case, Madam Chair.
because I want you to succeed. Why? Because if you succeed, the administration of this president will succeed. At gusto ko siya mag-succeed because I am a part of this unit team. I have to put this on record. Baka kasi akalain nila na I have personal. Wala akong personal. Gusto ko lang pong pareho tayong mag-succeed sa ating ginagawa. Kasi if the government will succeed under President Bongbong, the people will be happy and there will begin sa ating bansa. Ang matatahimik, magiging progressive ang ating bansa. Tama po?
Yes, Mr.
Tingnan po ninyo yung system loss, Mr. Secretary. The system loss is about 6% in our total electric bill. Okay? Sa electric cooperative, siguro po 12 to 14% yan. Kaya wag po kayo magtaka, Congressman Gasataya. Talagang mataas po. Ang system loss, dalawa pong classification. Isang technical and non-technical. Yung technical, Madam Chair, sabi nila, pag lumakas ang voltahe, talagang may sumisingaw na kuryente. Pagka po yung ganito, talaga pong may technical po yun eh. Granting, Madam Chair. Talaga namang may nawawala. But I believe this business was studied well by the proponents. Alam nila na mayroong sumisingaw. And despite that, they decided to set up this business para i-serve yung ating mamamayan. But bakit ngayon sasabihin nila kailangan bayaran ng yung losses na yun ay babayaran ng consumer? Samantalang these are all business risks. Tingnan mo ang aking kaibigan, Senator Villar, ngumingiti siya because naiintindihan niya. All businesses, merong risk. Saan ka naman nakakita ng negosyo, Senator Villar, na walang risk? Wala pong ganun. Even the insurance industry, na sila po yung nag-guarantee ng risk. Meron ding risk sa kanila. Pero ito, gusto nila walang risk, tayong magbabayad. Ito po pong masakit, Madam Chair. Ito pong non-technical. Yung ninakaw na kuryente, marami pong nagnanakaw ng kuryente ngayon. Lalo na sa district hindi ko nasasabihin. Nagkamali yung accountant ng distribution utility, ng posting ng ganito, nagkamali ang bookkeeper, lahat ng losses na to, Madam Chair, sino po nagbabayad? Tayo po. Kami po lahat. Ito po yung gusto nating ayusin by way of policy making. So, gusto ka namin tulungan, Secretary Popo. You just have to cross that line. Tulungan ka namin. Huwag ka matakot doon. Huwag ka magdodraw ng line, please. Kasi, hindi ka namin matutulungan pagka nag-draw ka lang ng line. Meron po ba tayong time because marami po akong tatanong.
Madam Chair, we will work with you on those. We are committed to work with you on those. Those are still part of policy, Mr. Congressman. And what I drew the line on is on questions of fact that you have pointed out in the first place. Thank you.
Secretary say that he agrees with everything that Congressman Marcoleta has said, which has been your advocacy since the campaign. Is that not correct, Secretary?
That's right,
You
Madam
commit
Chair.
and you agree and you will do all that you can within your power to abide by the advocacies of Cong Marcoleta, as we all share that advocacy as well. Is that what you mean, Secretary? Thank you.
That's right, Madam.
Well, first of all, he has no option but to agree, Madam Chair. Secretary Popo, kailangan may magawa na tayo. Ano? There are low-hanging fruits. Yung iba doon matataas yung mga prutas eh. Matataas, masyadong mahirap pitasin. Bigyan na lang natin sa mga ibon yun. Ano? But you know, yung mabababa, kaya natin gawin kagad. Kaya natin gawin kagad eh. For example, we should start siguro kausapin natin yung mga power players. Lahat ng involved sa energy sector, distribution, transmission, generation. Kausapin natin lahat. Sabi, tayo, isa lang ang bansa natin. Ano? Pag-usapan natin, pwede magsakripisyo kayo ng konti. Kasi naman, tingnan po ninyo, nahalata mo ba, Mr. Secretary, nung una kang umupo dito, nag-yellow alert ang NGCP. Hapon, nag-yellow alert na naman. Ito ba coincidence lang o talagang ginagawa nila? Because, Madam Chair, pwede silang mag-resort doon sa tinatawag nating unscheduled announce, force outage. Meron kayong ano dyan eh, meron kayong mekanismo na hindi sila pwedeng mag-outage ng ganun-ganun lang, sasabihin na. Because masisira yung, ninipis yung ano natin eh, yung supply, no? You have, how much is your installed capacity? 23,000 megawatts.
That's right, Madam.
What is the dependable capacity?
Dependable would be...
O in Luzon, rule of thumb, palagay mo 10,000 megawatts.
That's right, Madam.
Okay? So palagay mo meron kang, pagkatapos, itong mga malalaking GenCos na to, tatakutin ka nila, mag-announce sila ng force outages involving 2,000 megawatts. Naturally, mag-yellow ka agad eh. But they can do it. But DOE cannot do anything. All DOE can do is, o kaya pati ERC, i-penalize nila 1 million pesos. Magkano lamang yun? Ngingitian ka lang nun eh. Okay, magkano kikitain niya because pagkatapos nilang mag-outage, yung ibang planta nila, magdi-dispatch sila sa OSM. Sa OSM, makukubran nila lahat ang hindi nila. Ganito ang nangyayari. We would like to have a strong secretary, Madam Chair, because this is good for our country. But again, ito yung siguro punta ako sa next area of questioning. There was also a question earlier nung nakang dumating dito, Mr. Secretary. Si Kung Lani Mercado atang nagtanong sa iyo, if I'm not mistaken. Kasi nga yung, she cited a particular provision in the DOE charter na sinasabi nga naman doon na an officer who has been involved in agencies or companies in energy ay hindi pwedeng humawak ng position in 2 years' time. If I'm not mistaken, you cited the DOJ opinion issued prior to your appointment. Is that correct, sir?
That's right, Madam Chair.
But it is also correct that your appointment was withdrawn until the issuance of the DOJ opinion, right?
The nomination, an announcement about the nomination rather than appointment.
Yeah. Thank you for the correction. The nomination was withheld momentarily because it has to await the issuance of a DOJ opinion, right?
That's right, Madam Chair.
Mr. Secretary, the mere fact that your nomination was withheld and it necessitated the issuance of a DOJ opinion. Technically, you needed a validation. Kasi they are supposed to address a particular perception. The public perception is, how can Secretary Lotilla be independent or be objective in his position, which is so important, if he served in whatever capacity, be it an independent director or whatever, but you cannot deny the fact that you have been with appointee's power. And appointee's power, Madam Chair, I think has the largest market share in the entire installed capacity. Am I correct, sir?
Up to the limits of the under IPIRA, it is one of those which have the larger capacities.
Yes. I'm basing it from the 37th report of the DOE between May to September 2020. Yun ang nakita ko lang na report. Appointee's power represents 21% of the entire installed capacity. That's huge. That's about 4,900 megawatts. Second is San Miguel, 20.7%, about 4,700 megawatts. And FGen is third, 15.7%, parang 3,800 megawatts. Is that correct, Mr. Secretary?
Essentially, yes.
Ito po yung problema. Appointees being the largest power provider, and you serve that company as an independent director. Do you think the DOJ opinion is enough to assuage people and tell them that wag na yung mag-isip tungkol sa akin? Meron namang DOJ opinion. Can you be honest to answer that? Is the DOJ opinion really enough to pacify the public perception, Mr. Secretary?
Madam Chair, the Department of Justice opinion is sufficient for legal purposes, but what it does, as Congressman Marcoleta suggests, is to challenge me, in fact, to make sure that on a daily basis, I adhere to the highest principles of integrity, fairness, and professionalism.
And there must be a test, Mr. Secretary, isn't so?
Certainly, Madam Chair, and the policies that we have introduced in the Department of Energy thus far are intended to promote competition. So by opening up renewable energy to 100% foreign ownership, introduces competition. And all other policies are intended to level the playing field in order to bring in more competition.
Why don't you ask the assistance of the Philippine Competition Commission?
Thank you, Mr. Congressman, because I was one of the advocates for the passage of the Philippine Competition Commission, even though I was in the private sector.
Do you think competition is really ikaw ba naniniwalang talagang may competition ngayon?
We have to constantly work at it, Mr. Congressman, because as Congress has pointed out, it is one that has to be built moving forward. One cannot expect, again, competition to simply be self-executing.
That is why I'd like to hear some concrete steps on how you can impose competition within the energy sector. Kasi doon lamang doon sa procurement ng capacity by a distribution utility, merong sinasabing CSP. Ito yung competitive selection process. How competitive is that process, Mr. Secretary?
Well, it is competitive first because there is transparency, and then they have to publish the rules under which this competitive selection process to take place, and it is open to all the generators who are qualified.
Alam mo, maraming dapat pang gawin doon eh. For example, si Kong El Rey, magtatayo siya ng solar plant. Sabihin natin 10 megawatts, Mr. Secretary. This is the reality on the ground. A 10 megawatt solar power easily can be funded by about maybe 5 billion pesos. 30% equity ni El Rey is magkano? Yes, the rest will pupunta siya sa bangko. Ngayon, pwede na siyang mag-dispatch. Nangyayari ito, Mr. Secretary. Kasi sinasabi mo, you will encourage competition by ganito, ganyan. When the plant is ready to dispatch, ang problema, bago pala siya makakuha ng equity sa bangko, alam mong tatanungin ng bangko, Mr. Chair, ganito eh. Oh, before I approve your loan, I want to see kung talagang meron kang market. Makipag-usap ka kanya kay letter M. Kasi kung hindi kanya bibigyan, hindi kita pautangin. So, Meralco can even dictate. Hindi pwedeng pag wala siyang nakuha, hindi siya makakautang. Okay, nakautang siya, binigyan siya ng market ng Meralco, for example. E di mag-ooperate na siya, magdi-dispatch na siya. Itong problema niya ngayon, pupunta siya sa NGCP. The DOE has supervision over the NGCP, Mr. Secretary. Pagpunta ni Kong El Rey, sasabihin ng NGCP, teka muna pare, because he needs a study, the impact study. Sabi niya, you wait for 2 years. So, paano? Nakapangutang na siya, Mr. Chair. Hindi siya makapasok sa grid because wala pa siyang impact study. Paano natin may encourage? Okay, you want people to come in the industry, but hindi mo sila may encourage because of all these problems. Monopoly ang nandito eh. Kahit na ano pang sabihin mo dito na you will encourage competition, how will you encourage competition? Meralco can dictate kung kanino bibili. Monopoly is defined as when the sellers influence the market. But there is worse than that. They call it monopsony. When the buyers influence the market. Somebody applies what we call market power. Dito papasok yung perception kayo. Sasabihin ng public, how can you assure the public that because of the large control of capacities by appointees power, for example, how can you guard against the abuse of market power, if any, Mr. Secretary?
That's where we are committed to work with you in Congress, Mr. Congressman, because then among the amendments to the EPIRA would be to give the Philippine Competition Commission an overriding authority on competition matters, including those in the power industry.
Ayun nga, paano mo kaya i-approach to, no? From the point of being the DOE secretary, then you will go to your colleague, the ARC, who comes from Aboitiz also. What about the PISAM, who also comes from Aboitiz? I was informed that even the president of the NPC is also from Aboitiz. The perception persists. Do you believe that perception is important, Mr. Secretary?
Certainly, Madam Chair.
We want you to succeed. The problem is because of this perception that you might not be as objective or as independent as you can be because your past association with a power company which happens to be the biggest today. Ito yung parang weakness na nakikita ko on your side. Sabi nga namin, sana matulungan ka namin, but you need to make a reassessment on on what you can do and what you can possibly not do para malaman namin kung paano. PISAM, for example, itong remaining assets ng PISAM, generating assets, Hindi mo naman masasabi na walang interest ang appointee's power dito. Ang dami nun. August 1, August 2, August 3, 4, 6, 5, whatever. Meron pang Pulangi, Kaseknan, Kaliraya. Marami ito. Pulangi ba yun? Ano siya? Pulangi? Okay, Pulangi. Paano niyong ma-assure po yung public, Mr. Secretary, na the timing, even the bidding, kung ibebenta na yon. Kasi Aboitiz is also actively involved in renewable energy, and Agos is renewable. Napakaganda po kasi ng ito because the resources is large, it's huge, it's free.
Madam Chair.
And you come from Aboitiz. So can we be relieved of the anxiety that you may not be, after all, as objective as you now perceive to be?
Madam Chair, on the privatization, this is not a decision of DOE alone. It is the PISAM board chaired by the Department of Finance Secretary with the DOE as vice chair and the other members from the Department of Justice and from NEDA who are going to make the decision. Even the reserve price is also determined by them. And what kind of privatization will take place? Right now, the direction is not to sell outright the assets, but to look for public-private partnerships that would not part with the ownership of these hydro assets. Thank you.
Sana, Mr. Secretary, yung ganun lang kasimple ang issue. But I remember dito lamang po dun sa power supply agreements, which is very, very significant, na dapat sana'y nandun kayo. When a supplier supplies a distributor through a power supply agreement, meron kayong department circular, I think this is dated 2018. Alam mo ba, Madam Mr. Chair, in this circular, both the DOE and the ERC are mere observers. Can you imagine that? A very important government agency who is supposed to oversee the entire industry in order to achieve the underlying objectives of this law is relegated to a mere observer. This is the discomfort kasi. So no matter how you would answer, lalabas din na the answer will only be as good as they are. But in reality, maaaring you will be short of expectation. Tingnan mo na lamang ito, Mr. Secretary. Ngayon po talagang mahirap yung mga coal-fired plants kasi nagkagyera sa Ukraine and then nagkaroon ng ban sa Indonesia where 90% of our coal supply is obtained from them. Meron tayong domestic production of coal in the Semirara. Bakit po natin ina-export yun samantalang at this time of great crisis, wala tayong coal na, although dapat talaga wala ng coal kasi we are supposed to be transitioning from coal to cleaner energy. Pero hindi pa mangyari ngayon kasi hindi pa preparado ang planta natin. But in the meantime, wala tayong coal. 40% ng ating power plants are dependent on coal. At tumaas po yung, kaya nga, nagko-complain na rin ng ibang gencos. O ngayon, bakit po yung production natin ay ina-export natin sa China? 70% ng coal domestic production natin is exported in China. What kind of decision is that? Why don't we use our own coal para kahit paano mamitigate at bumaba naman ang presyo ng ating electricity, Mr. Secretary?
Madam Chair, not all of our plants can use the coal from Semirara. So what is done is that the domestic requirements are first met, and only after the domestic requirements are met that Semirara is able to export.
Are you saying, Mr. Secretary, that you approach all the power plants utilizing coal and they rejected most of our domestic production?
Mr. Chairman, it's a technical limitation of the plant itself. So,
May I interject, Congressman Marcoleta, with the chairman's permission? I had a discussion about that the other day with some power producers. Semirara pala produces a low BTU and it's a high sulfur content. So the newer plants cannot take the feedstock from Semirara. That's the explanation given to me. I asked the same question, Kong Marcoleta, about that. Thank you. Am I correct, Secretary?
that's right, Mr. Chairman. And actually, there is a price advantage if we buy locally because the freightage rates would be much lower. But it is the technical limitation that limits the ability to use coal.
With the permission of Kong Marcoleta, since that is my province, our province actually, may I just know what is the annual production of Semirara in Caluya, in Antique? And
Right.
and you mentioned, Secretary, that part of it is for domestic requirement and the part that would not meet the technical requirements of the local coal plants would be for export. So what is the total production? How much of it is for local consumption and how much of it is actually exported? Just to
I
illustrate
don't
on the
have
question.
the exact numbers with me, Madam Chair, and we can supply you the numbers. But on average, from 2008 to 2021, around almost 60% is exported.
A 40% more or less percentage that is for domestic use.
That's right, ma'am.
And the 60% is what is exported.
Right.
Yes.
That's my recollection from the figures.
Just an update, not today.
Thank you. Madam.
Thank you, Secretary. Back to Congressman Marcoleta, please. Thank you.
There are still a lot of policy questions. That's why I'm conferring with the chairman kung pwedeng bumalik na lang si Secretary bukas kung pwede siyang ma-accommodate. If you can do something tomorrow, but
As first, 1 minute suspension.
The hearing is suspended. Hearing is resumed. Kong Marcoleta had the floor before we took a break. And upon conferring with everyone, we thank the good secretary. We will see you again tomorrow for the continuation of the policy questions of Kong Marcoleta.
And I believe, but for the record, Madam Chair,
Yes.
it's only Kong Marcoleta left to ask the question. So tomorrow, maybe we can focus on Kong Marcoleta's questions so that we can end his interpellation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Madam Chair, for lack of material time, I move to suspend the consideration of the ad interim appointment of Mr. Rafael Popo Lotilla as Secretary, Department of Energy. So move, Madam Chair.
Boss, wala akong vice chair.
Meron. We appointed.
Wala. Yeah.
Move to suspend consideration.
Yeah, the hearing is suspended.